Hi Javed sir, this is Hemant. Like we'll be waiting for 5 more minutes and then we'll start. We'll start the session.
Sure, Hemant.
Sir, we can start the session. Uh, Sir, are you in? Javed sir?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Um, yes, sir. Hello all. Welcome to the day 4 of EDP session, which is being conducted by AU Incubation Center. I'm Hemant Sai Pruni, the host for today's session. Let me introduce you the speaker of the first session, Mr. Sahin Javed. Sahin Javed is currently working as assistant professor at IIM Visakhapatnam. and also heading the entrepreneurship development at Indian Institute of Management. Mr. Javed has done his bachelor's in mechanical engineering and has done his master's from IIM Indore. He has more than 5 years of experience in the IT industry and has more than 4 years of experience working as assistant professor in IIM Vizag. He is a person who understands the industry and academia well. The speaker will be speaking regarding the startup ecosystem. Over to you, sir. You can continue the session.
Yeah. Thank you, Hemant, and good
Yeah.
morning, everyone. I hope I'm clear. My voice is clear. You can hear me. Any one of you can just indicate if you are. I should increase my pitch, voice, or it is fine.
It was good, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I'll just share my screen. I hope my screen is visible to you.
Not yet, sir.
Not yet. Okay, one second.
Yeah, I could see now, sir.
Yes. Could you see the presentation?
Yeah, yes, sir. Startup incubation.
And it is in the presentation mode, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Right. So basically, I'm going to I'm not a big pundit in the startup space, and therefore I'm not going to give you a gyan for 2 hours. I'll briefly talk about certain aspects, touch base on certain aspects about the ecosystem where we are currently, what are the challenges, and where we should be moving forward from here. I'll tell you briefly about what we have been doing at IIM Visakhapatnam and what are our learnings in the process, and what you can take away for your own respective institutions from the learnings which we had in this 4 to 5 years of experience into this incubation space. And then we can have a discussion. You can ask any query. If you have any query, you can ask to me. If at all possible, I'll try to answer most of your queries. Now, before I move forward, I'll just give you a brief overview of incubation ecosystem in India. Now, see, the Indian startup ecosystem is not very old, but at the same time, it's not very new as well. So, if you know the first few organizations which the government established to support entrepreneurial ecosystem or support I would say new venture creation came very early on after independence. But the real push was given by government of India in 1982 when they formed under DST they formed a separate division to look for promoting any technology commercialization which can happen from the centrally funded institutions or any research institutions, and some job can be created out of those research and patents which these institutions were holding. So that was the first time NSTDEB was formed, and then they started functioning around this. Later, to give push to this, even in 2008, to give push to the startup ecosystem, especially in the IT and electronics and telecom space. Ministry of Electronics and Technology came up with a program called TIDE, and later it was after 2015 when we started the Startup India program, and the Niti Aayog was formed, and Niti Aayog had a great push and focus towards it, and the Atal mission got created, Tinkering Labs, Atal Innovation Mission. So all that really gave a great push to this ecosystem. So yes, there was something from the past. However, the real push has happened in the last 1 decade or so in incubation ecosystem in India. Having said so, how do we compare globally? I think as of now, in terms of total number of startups, we come somewhere around third in terms of the countries. So I think US, China, after that, we are the ones who are there in terms of number of startups, but not in terms of number of unicorns which we produce, right? Now, of late, we have done well. We have also, in terms of quantum of fund raised, we have done well. But then again, most of the funding goes into the big, uh, big few startups, or the likes of Paytm, Zomatos, and others, right? So still, the lower strata of the startups or innovation which has happened in the country has yet to see a lot of money flowing from the investors towards them, and we'll talk about various problems which are there and which needs to be uh, tackled. Now, within India, if you see, an incubator is not a new concept, right? Right from 1955, we have evidence that incubators were established. However, you can see, after the year 2008, the number of incubators suddenly jumped in 2007 and 8, and then it started to grow from there. 12, 13 was low, but 14, 15, 16, and I have data till 18. In the last 3 years, I'm very sure that we have added more number of startup incubators than we added in the year 2018. Now, in terms of their affiliation, most of these incubators which got introduced in India, very few of them were private incubators. Mostly these incubators were either affiliated to a government institution or were started with the support of a government scheme, and the majority of it came from DST, Department of Science and Technology. And after which, of late, few states are have started to show a lot of policy push towards developing startup ecosystem, like states like Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, to some extent Telangana. Andhra also had the focus, but of late, I have realized that APIS is not as vibrant at used to be, and therefore maybe some more push is needed in the ecosystem, local ecosystem of Andhra Pradesh. But yes, there are some pockets within the country which states have also given a good push to the ecosystem, and they have started to support a lot of incubators in house through their own funding. Then comes the METI and MSME. These are the another two big, I'll say, ticket item government bodies which fund incubators or support incubators, and METI in their TIDE 2.0 program have supported 51 incubators across the country. Similarly, MSME is supporting a lot of business incubators for developing competencies within the MSME ecosystem and push them towards doing a routine MSME production to a more commercializable startup mindset. So then comes the Atal Incubation Mission, and then there are other bodies. There are many of the who keep supporting them. Even of late, Ministry of Agriculture is supposed to be adding something more to it. However, this distribution had been very concentrated in the major cities, and although you can see that a big proportion is there, almost 37%. I think the graph is a little hazy. 37% still is concentrated in few metros, and 63% is in non-metro cities. Now, even if you look at non-metro cities, there also you will find that very few of them are in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Most of them are concentrated in tier 1 cities. Now, of these, later, I mean, especially last 2 3 years, government have started, even uh, Atal Incubation Mission. They came up with uh, community innovation, where they said that, okay, we our focus is the areas where incubators have not come up, and therefore we want to give more funding to such places, because if everything starts to concentrate around few cities, then the ecosystem around those builds very well, but rest of the country is left. And see, startup ecosystem will need certain players into it, and if those players do not develop, developing just an incubator may not really go a long way. And therefore, this shift of the government is very evident in the last few years. The non-metro startups have really boomed, and it's going to increase multifold in the next few years to come. When a lot of more institutions will start to have their own incubators. One, the new education policy supports that. Second, the innovation startup policy of Ministry of Education, which was out in 2019, also kind of indicates the institutions to go that way. So I think this all adds on to uh, the expectation that the growth in the non-metro cities in the next few years will be much higher, stellar. However, if you look from the stakeholder perspective, the investors, the startup enthusiasts, the numbers are much more in metro, and therefore, in terms of demand, still metros will need more and more incubators to come up, or support from the government to the incubation ecosystem in the metros. Because even after having so much of uh, push from the government, our key cities like Bangalore, Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, many of them do not fare very well in the global landscape. I think only two of our cities come in the top uh, uh, 20 list of global cities where a lot of startup activities happen. And if you look at the score, the overall score in terms of how much innovation do they bring in, we do not really fare very well. Uh, and even for other countries, it's only US which has been doing very well, and of late China have started to do some, in terms of number, if not quality, they have also come up with good numbers in terms of the innovation they do. Now, if you look at the geographical spread in terms of the states, the south is more concentrated in terms of the south and the western part of the India is more concentrated in terms of number of incubators they have. Very few incubators are there in the central India or the eastern part of India. Uh, you will only find some in Uttar Pradesh, that too because the areas which are close to NCR will have a lot of incubators. But overall, I think many states other than Maharashtra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, and Gujarat, and Karnataka, just because of Bangalore, uh, do not have really that ecosystem built already, which needs to be there, and even in terms of number of incubators, even if you don't count the other support ecosystem in place. Now, in terms of the sectoral focus, I think the majority of the innovation which has happened in India in the startup space is concentrated in a couple of sectors, and there's no surprise that ITC and agriculture are the bigger ones. ITC because most of this startup innovation ecosystem started to build around Bangalore, the IT city, Hyderabad, and these are the startups which rode on the wave of that dot-com bubble, and how new startups started to come and become very big in US, right? So people or young folks had aspirations to be the Mark Zuckerbergs, or uh, be start the Ubers in India, which became Ola later, or becomes the Amazons of India, which is Flipkart or Snapdeal, or the Myntra. So all of it, around e-commerce, IT, started to grow very fast. But later, when that space started to look little crowded, uh, and this ecosystem started to spread in other cities, uh, other areas started to participate in this, uh, and agriculture, because we majorly have a lot of demand for agricultural innovation in this country, because this is one sector which had never been into the focus of the government. The only focus which government brings most of the time is to in terms of supporting farmers or marginalized farmers, rather than uh, giving a commercial side to this agriculture sector. So this sector needs a lot of innovation. I cannot say mechanization can happen, because the kind of land we hold, land holdings are very small in India, and therefore mechanization is something which cannot happen. Contract farming, other things can be thought of. So there is a lot of scope in this agri sector in India, both in terms of demand and in terms of capabilities. It's just that these new age, innovators or startups need to think about all the products and services which can be developed around agriculture, food processing, etc. Now, the other two major ones being engineering and automation. I think that's one sector where we could have done much better. But again, we as an economy did not go from primary to secondary to tertiary. We directly jumped from primary to tertiary, and that's why the manufacturing sector in India did not really develop the way it could have developed, right? So we rode onto the services sector a little too early, little too early. So, so given that, I think and the focus which DST brings in, the innovation, I still feel that this is one sector where little more could have been done, and therefore government needs to give even more higher impetus to this sector. We have so many good technical institutions in India, both at the central and state level, and most of them in today's time have a TBI or incubator. And if they have all this ecosystem, these numbers should grow, because the core innovation has happened in engineering and automation has to happen from these technical institutions. Biotech is one area, medical biotech and others, wellness is one area which is bound to grow, and it is needed also. So pandemic has taught us that yes, we need to start as an economy, as a country, as a society, we need to start spending more on healthcare, and certainly this is one sector which both needs a lot of demand, and in times to come this will grow. But there are other few areas which are areas of concern yet. We have very few startups in logistics and supply chain. We have almost negligible startups in the marine ecosystem. We have very few startups in the media, because again, in India the media houses are pretty much concentrated in the hands of big few corporates. So that is one sector where a lot of new innovation has to happen. A lot of YouTube channels or these independent media has developed, but they have not yet given a good commercial side to it. They're just riding on the the business model of YouTube, rather than creating their own innovative business model. And
Uh, Hello, sir.
yes, yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Someone has raised his hand, sir.
Okay.
Yalamandra.
Yeah, please. You can just ask me a question, because if I'm on a presentation mode, I do not get to see the raise of hand. Please.
Sorry. I think he accidentally pressed it. Sorry, sir. Again, now no one is raising.
Okay. Yeah. So any point in time you want to ask a question, please feel free to just unmute and ask me the question. Right. So I think the one area where some more focus is needed is education, because that's one sector which needs a lot of focus, and we have very few startups in that space. Although after COVID, some new startups have started to come up, new innovation will come up in that space. Second is the skilling. I think the skill ecosystem in India is at a very nascent stage. A lot of skilling, reskilling, upskilling needs to be done, both not only from the theoretical point of view, but also from the practical point of view. So the entire economy's skilling ecosystem is dependent on these ITIs and few government-run schemes like KVYK and others. So that is something where new innovation needs to come up, and people need to come up with innovative business models where corporates can leverage this demographic dividend, and India can grow. So that is one space. I think these are the couple of spaces where lot more innovation needs to come up in time to come. So just to sum up, this is what it all started with. The first one was in 1955 to support skill-based small businesses, which was typically done for the MSME sector. Then the commercialization of technology by DST by creating the NST EDB board in 1982. And then it was again 2008. There were two, one by MSME, the other was METI. And then later it was DST and NIDHI, their NIDHI program, which took a lot of center stage, and they spent a lot of money in this ecosystem to develop the ecosystem around technical institutions. And later Niti Aayog through their Atal Incubation Mission, Tinkering Labs, and their Atal Community Innovation Center. So these are the major breakthrough in terms of the government support to institutions for startup ecosystem. The other part of it, which I would wanted to just touch base on some statistics before we start discussing on broader areas of concern, is the funding support to startups. Now, if you look at the funding support ecosystem, uh, now almost just few statistics to give you. As I said, that Bangalore, Delhi, and Mumbai are the major uh, hubs of startups in India today, and major funding comes in these cities also, right? So these are some of the cities which have attracted the highest number of funding in India. Uh, till date, we have only 34 unicorns in the Indian startup ecosystem, uh, and which is still not a big number. And people want to achieve that three-figure mark very soon. That at least start showing that you have a vibrant startup ecosystem. Now, out of these are the numbers given by Inc. 42. So I have just taken taken the liberty to take these statistics from there, and they say that there are 55,000 startups which were launched in India, and out of these 33 registered in the DPIIT portal of Startup India, and overall the funding raised by the Indian startups in the year 2019 and 20 was around $63 billion, which is not a big number if you look at the number of startups which we have. And of these 55,000, only 3,202 get funded, right? So the point is that you know almost it takes 5 to 7 years for any startup in India uh, to if they are really riding that success wave. It takes them 5 to 7 years to go to that unicorn status, or either they will fail, right? Or either they will fail. Now, the first half year of yes, there's any question?
Yes, sir, I have a question. Like, I'm an early stage researcher working in the field of entrepreneurship and incubation. So,
Yes.
there is what I see, there is a wide disparity of incubators within India itself. As we move from the north and towards the southern part of the India, we see a lot of number of incubators over there. If we move towards the northeastern India side, there are only a handful of incubators. What are the possible reasons for this wide disparity?
Yeah, why disparity? See, I'll tell you why is that disparity, especially there. So, why would somebody start an incubator? Because there is a demand, right? So, if at all there is no demand from uh, the demand comes from the demand for an incubator is that you need to support so many young minds who want to start their own venture, right? Now, somebody to start a new venture will get into entrepreneurship either because of three reasons. First, they are being exposed to entrepreneurship as training, and therefore they know entrepreneurship and they think that they can do something based on whatever they know. Second, they have been given some hands-on experience of entrepreneurship by learning by doing, or by telling stories about successful startups, or by telling them about how some of these new companies evolved in very less time. So somebody who are told these too many times, then they get little more attracted to do something of their own. So if you think of what coding would have gone behind Amazon or even Facebook, it's not that difficult a code to write for someone to do that, right? So who are these people who get more motivated to start doing something around these things? Are the people who know coding, who know to create applications, and these are in few pockets, right? These are in few pockets. uh, and therefore whenever you start telling these stories more often, one, being in such cities, you get access to those stories more often. Second, you also have more competencies to do something similar to that. So automatically that that demands increases. And the third reason is potentially the skill set, right? If you have better human capital, then given the same stories, given the same idea set, given the same input, your ability to come up with new ideas will be little more, right? So the human capital is not only to do with your knowledge set, but also your enterprising ability. Now, enterprising ability in certain pockets in India were good even before the startup wave started. So you don't have to teach a Gujarati kid how to do business, right? Uh, and you this was something you did not really needed to tell a Tamilian that what it mm, how interesting it is to deal with difficult mathematics, right? So certain pockets in India either had this knowledge capital or the industry base, especially in this fast moving high growth sectors, or they had this human capital. So these three would create the demand. So once the demand is there, and when government comes with a scheme, you are better motivated as an institution to apply for those schemes because you are confident that there's enough demand, I can pull those programs. Second, because of that ecosystem, you also see that there's a possibility that even if you start, you get a good support from the ecosystem. So think of somebody starting an incubator somewhere in Nagaland. How many mentors would you get to come on a weekly basis or on a fortnightly basis and talk to your startups from Bangalore or Delhi or other places? Because Nagaland may not have that much of industry base or people having domain expertise. So for them to develop something again will need a lot of effort from those host institutions. And this was a very new thing, although I keep saying this is no rocket science. It's all about jargons. Otherwise, end of the day, it is again doing a business. It's only few things which needs to be taken care of when you are talking about a startup. How do you differentiate a startup versus a small venture? The difference is this, that you do something with new product or new service with certain aspects of technology into it. Either the innovation could be in the process, it can be in the product, it can be in the service, with some new technology which can be commercialized, right? So the commercialization is the key point here. So a startup looks for growth, they don't look for profitability, and their focus is to capture more and more and more of market, and therefore they keep burning a lot of cash in early few years. Uh, they don't want to stabilize and start making profit, because whosoever has invested in them do not look for profit, they look for growth. So their valuation comes from the growth. That I invested 10,000 in you today, in three I'm taking a risk. You are a very new venture, right? So my appetite for 10% return is not there, that I can get from anywhere. I want at least 30 to 40% return from you. Now, even if you give something out from your profitability, that will not be 30 or 40%. So rather you focus on growth, and when you raise the next level of funding, I'll take my exit, and that will give me enough increase in my valuation, right? So that time, with the same number of shares, if I sell it to the next investor who is investing in a company, then this investor does not only invest in your cash flows, they invest in the possibility of your growth, that how big can you become in years to come. And that is what drives the valuation of a startup. And that is when the first level investor gets a chance to exit with high valuation and a good return, right? So all this can happen around these places which were already developed, especially either in terms of trade and commerce, or in terms of these fast moving, high growth industries like pharma, biotech, or fintech, uh, automotives, etc. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I have one more query. In one of the previous slide, you showed there is a sectorial pie chart. So my
Yeah.
question is, there are some edutech startups. So when we see a educate startup, how we segregate it in a particular sector, it is a basically providing education also. It is a base ICT solution also. So how, what is the right criteria to put it in a particular sector?
So typically, see, whenever they do this classification, there are two things to it. What is at the core of their delivery, right? The core of the delivery is technology. Then it is a ICT based startup. If the core of their objective, or that problem which they are trying to solve is to do with education, then it's education, right? So we need to look at the core. Is it that technology which brings the USP to their business, or is it the education, the way they want to train, so new ways of training or new ways of learning. So this is edutech. uh, but if you look at use of technology which makes them unique, then it is ICT. But since education, I talked about education, I did not say edutech there, but a lot of edutech and ICT clubbed together at times. So you can either define them separately as edutech and ICT, or you can keep them in the same category of ICT.
Thank you, sir.
Right. So if you look at the funding activities, I mean, it was only 2020 which was a little bit of a damper because of COVID. Otherwise, the funding activities in India had been rising in the last few years, and it is expected to grow further, because whatever has happened after 2016, a lot of these startups will start maturing in next few years, which means they would have finished their 4 and 5 years into their business, and therefore they would have gone to a stage where they will need the next round of fundings. And that is when we expect a lot of new startups to get funded, and these numbers are going to grow exponentially in the years to come. Now, if you look at the stage-wise funding activity in India, there's lack of funding at the early stage startups, and there's a heavy funding at the growth, or the late stage startups, which means whenever they are very close to PE funding, that is the level in which a lot of VC funding happens. That is the level when a lot of PE funding will happen. So you'll see big ticket item funding at the late stage of the startups rather than the early and growth stage of the startups. So that is one area where some policy intervention is needed, because developing the angel ecosystem is very important. Only by developing the VC and PE ecosystem will not solve the problem. Second, I think in India the corporate VC is almost defunct. It is not there. That need to develop, because if they do not start, promoting innovation, uh, if you look at the Indian corporate landscape, I mean, before liberalization, most of the businesses and even post liberalization, majority of the big corporate houses do business around government license, right? Will it be around a spectrum, or oil and gas blocks? Would be around mineral and metals? Will be around these kind of where they have a good touch base with the policy corridors. These are not really value additions, right? They are just providing a service and then adding and taking something uh, as a margin in between, and they have access to those policy corridors, and they have deep pockets, and therefore they are able to do. But companies which do really do innovate and come up with new product and services, you'll find them to be much lower in number, and these numbers were pretty lower before 1991. But post liberalization, after opening up a lot of sectors, foreign players started to come in, and that created the desire to think that if I do not re-innovate myself, I may die over a period of time. And that is when corporates started to look at even having a research wing of their own. So I think in next 1 to 2 decades, more and more requirement for them will grow to re-innovate themselves, and that is when they will create wings with professionals who will go looking for cheap innovation which they can buy to re-innovate their own functions, their own businesses, their own verticals. And that is when a lot of startups will get a good exit opportunity, good investment opportunity. So I think one that area is something where government needs to focus. Till the time that corporate VC develops, they need to give some support to develop the angel network and the VC early stage VC network in India. And coming to the sector wise funding which has happened now, the sector wise, if you look at fintech and financial services, had been attracting the most funding from the funders, uh, followed by edutech and education services, uh, and food tech, e-commerce, healthcare, right? So I think the core sectors are still not there, and I believe that this trend will follow for some more time, because new opportunities come in growth sectors, right? The sectors which have a lot of potential to grow. So these are the sectors which has a lot of potential to grow. Banking has not reached to every citizen of India. Mobility is something where some more research will happen, because we are looking for cleaner solutions of mobility, and population is growing. Therefore, the existing public transportation systems are not enough to take care of all the needs. But then again, these are some of the areas where high investment is needed. Therefore, some kind of PPP model is needed, where government comes with some support and these startups go and do part innovation rather than the whole ecosystem innovation, right? So some of these areas like clean energy, mobility is something where we will see some impetus and focus from the government in the years to come. But he is still, for the next 5 to 10 years, I don't see a major change in the way these sectors are getting represented in the funding space. Now, let's briefly talk about what an educational institution should do for fostering a good startup ecosystem, right? What shall we do? No, it's a no-brainer. All of you know it by now. I'm pretty sure other speakers would have talked about it, that these are the different stages of startup life cycle. You ideate, you do a proof of concept, then you build a business model. You want to validate it. Once you validate it, then you want to get some funding to be able to go to the market. Then you find the good product market fit. Once you get the product market fit, you work on your growth, and then you want to scale up. Either you go for a PE funding, or some late funding, or even IPO if you have reach that stage. So that's the typical life cycle of the startup. Now, within this life cycle, if you look at the cash flows, you will realize that the orange line there talks about something called valley of death. Now, the valley of death is something where uh, any startup which is working on a new technology, new innovation, new product, or new service will certainly fall, because you get some grant from which you start doing some research, some innovation. Once you are done with that research and innovation, you would like to explore the target market. You want to develop some business plan. You will need to go and do some market research, and then that is where you uh, get to start spending money. You will dig into your family, friends, and your own savings uh, for this. Or you may want to go to an incubator who can support you with some early stage so-called prototyping fund. Once you're done with this prototyping fund, you would like to go and get some support from angels, because there are two stages of prototype. You just do a proof of concept, then you do a or MVP, and then you do a prototype which can be marketable. So for doing the marketable prototype, you need the help of angel investors, because the money required there may be potentially large, and that is when these angel investors will come into your rescue. These are the peoples who uh, uh, are not investing somebody else's money. So that's one thing which we should tell our startups very clearly, and even we as incubators should know that these are the people who are high net worth individuals who are domain expert as well, right? So they bring domain expertise with them, and therefore they're confident about analyzing a startup even at an early stage, and judge that how successful they may be or may not be. Same time, they also have confidence in their ability to guide them through this phase to success. And that's why they invest their own money. They would have achieved whatever they want to achieve in their life. And now it's the time when they're investing their money in good startups to create fortunes for their next generation. So that is one area where we as incubators should work more on, rather than even looking for VC funding, because these are the people who will not only bring money but also bring expertise. But that is one thing where I think we in India as incubators lack a lot. We don't have enough angel investors, and don't we don't even have focus. We keep talking about VC, 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 but VC are the people who are managing someone else's money, and these people have expertise in commercialization. These people have expertise in scale up, right? So they do not bring that kind of know-how which you need at the early stage, and therefore these are the people who can only kick in uh, at a later stage, when you have already developed a product, you have already created a marketable prototype, and you have tested it in a particular market. Now you want to scale up, go big, go. For example, how Amazon did it. Amazon did it in one city with only supplying books, right? So that was the test of their whole model. Now they tested it. Now they wanted to scale up. That is where these people come in, and their expertise are useful, right? These are trained professionals who can give you models how to build your business in a way to scale it up. So they don't bring domain expertise; they only bring business expertise, and that is where I think a lot of incubators uh, do it wrong. Because what happens, we keep talking about VC so much, both startups and incubators, that we lose the focus from the angel investors. So that is one area where we should look at. And then once you start making money, so this is the phase when you just keep bleeding. As a startup, you need a lot of fund to keep you uh, somebody fueling your growth, because you don't want profitability, you want growth, and you want all of it so that they can exit. If you do not raise VC funding, then the angels will get stuck in your business, and they don't want to be in your business for longer, because your growth in the early phase is much higher than the later phase in terms of percentage growth, and therefore they are more interested in percentage growth than the quantum growth. So they will want to exit in 2 to 3 years in your business, right? So that all stages of investments are important for you to give them opportunity to exit. Now, a lot of studies have happened in why startups fail, and people have talked about many reasons to it. One is lack of market research, which most of the startups do, because we start to believe that what we think is a problem is actually a problem. What we think is a good product for people to use is actually a good product. This may be true if you're a visionary like Steve Jobs, but it may not be true for everyone, right? And therefore, a good market research is needed. If you also have a wrong or incompetent team, then also a lot of time you fail. All of us are mechanical engineers. We wanted to do something. Nobody knew about marketing. Nobody knew about product market. Nobody knew about the domain where we want to function, right? So only in one specific knowledge, either in product or in domain or in technology, may not take you far. So try to have a good, balanced team with complementing skills. The third reason, which mostly is cited, is the wrong clientele. We go and try to sell it to wrong set of people. For example, go to a district like Bhabua in Bihar, or let's say Champaran in Bihar. There, you don't need to have a startup which delivers vegetables to your doorstep, right? Uh, so if or maybe even for that matter, an organic fruits and vegetables, they don't need it. They have vegetables grown in their backyard. It's very easily accessible, available. The whole city can be, they can travel on their two-wheeler or four-wheeler in 15 minutes from end to end. Why do they need such a service? Or think of Urban Clap, right? uh, uh, which is now the urban company. That services are not needed in a small city. I don't have problem to find a plumber. I don't have problem to find a barber, or time to go to. I have all the time in the world to go to a beautician and get something done to myself. Therefore, if somebody starts a startup like urban company in a small city, they're bound to fail. So, your clientele, you need to figure out very clearly whom you're going to sell and which is the right place to sell that, right? The fourth one is high product market competition. Sometimes we just, this e-commerce wave. A lot of people started to think that e-commerce में बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं. We can do something on aggregation business, e-commerce. Try to get into that space when it is less crowded. If it's too crowded, then there's a problem. There's a problem because there are too many people to grab the same market, and cost of acquisitions become very high, right? So that is one area where we as an incubator should guide our startups to focus on. Other one is timely entry into the market. If you're too late or too early, you're bound to fail. Too late, which means product market competition is very high. Too early, which means the market is not there, right? The market still is not there. If you want to sell a lot of sanitizing equipments today, yes, the market has developed because of interventions like COVID. But if you wanted to do this 2 years back, hardly anybody cared about sanitation, right? That I want to sanitize my body, my clothes, my hand, even my bed, my door knobs. So yeah, you need to be timing it correctly. If you do too early, you need to create the market by yourself, which will be again costly affair. And we talked about the launch location, right? The launch location is also very important. And the last one is the inefficient access and management of fund, both access and management. A lot of time we spend in resources which are not really needed at that point in time, and therefore startups should function very lean. They should function very lean, and they should have a good management of their opex and capex, and that is something which we need to train our startups, right? Not only the access part of it.
Sir, I have a query regarding to high market comparison.
Yes, yes, sir.
Entire phenomena of startup is if there is a it is the market is overloaded, the
Yes.
startup with a unique phenomena to create a situation like blue ocean strategy. They create a whole new domain of their own market.
Hmm.
So are these two things not conflict?
See, it's not that you cannot create a startup in a high product market competition space, as you just mentioned one case, right? Uh, but it is also true that if you are in a product market space and you are not getting into such a strategy, then you are surely bound. Your probability to fail is much higher, right? So even in high product market space, there are opportunities, and then you need to pick the right strategy to deal in that market, but the opportunity set is very less in a high product market competition. I mean, in a space, in a sector which has very high product market competition.
Uh, uh, can you give an example of like
Yeah.
what uh, to better understand what is a high market competition? Because the way I understand is there is a whole concept of red ocean and the blue ocean. The
Mhm.
red ocean strategy says the market is overloaded with the competitors. The products are very much similar.
Mhm.
If a new startup or a new business has to come up, it should create a new market within that particular aspect, which is providing something uniqueness. And
Mhm.
here in the whole concept of startup comes in. If the
Mhm.
market is already a very high competitive market over this, the whole logic of startup coming in would be uh, uh, it would be only hypothetical or contrary to the whole phenomenon.
Mhm. See, the point is that you mentioned is that to bring a uniqueness, right? Now, what happens? This understanding of the uniqueness gets flawed by a lot of startups, right? For example, if you talk about e-commerce today, right? It's pretty much loaded.
Yes, sir.
If you look at apparel e-commerce space, we have good number of startups. I mean, companies which are doing it. Flipkart, Amazon, Myntra. Now the new one has come up, Misho, and there are many such organizations which are into this space. It does not mean that the next one cannot come up, but then the uniqueness which you want to bring in needs to be unique. It cannot just be that I want to be with these kind of clothes only, right? Or my clothes will be only hand woven. So all this is not really creating uniqueness. Your uniqueness has to be in either in a very innovative way of looking at the whole concept of procurement and delivery of this, so that you can just reduce the transaction cost, and therefore your viability is or your ability to compete in the market is very high. Or else you bring a very unique dimension to this whole market, right, where you decrease the search cost of that individual, or you take care of certain pain points which is difficult to imitate by others. But if you do something which is easy to imitate by others, they have deep pockets, they have already existing channels, they have already existing ecosystem. So they just need to adopt what you're trying to do, and then you'll be gradually killed in the process. So I am not saying that you cannot. It's just that these are the factors which are majorly cited as the reasons for startups to fail. So if you go and try to do something, if you take a set of 100 startups which started up in a high product market space versus 100 startups who started up in a relatively lower product market space, the probability of you getting successful in the lower product market space is higher as a startup. But if the product market is not even developed, which means only 4, 5, 7 players are there in the product market, then again the probability for you to fail is higher because you are too early in that. And therefore, your cost of acquisition, customer acquisition will be very high. So it's all about the cost of customer acquisition. The cost of customer acquisition becomes very high either if you are too crowded or you are very early in that particular space. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. So, yeah. Shall we move ahead?
So
Sir, I have one
Sudhir
question.
has raised his hand. Yeah, Sudhir, please, you can continue.
Yeah, please.
Thing is, I just wanted to ask you, what is the meaning of too crowded? Thing is, that is if there is a what do you say, a market where you have two big players, very big, two big players. and there are very small players which are very small household players. So if I want to enter that market, is it a crowded market? Because the two big players are very what do you say? They acquire 80% of the share, and the other
Right.
20% is acquired by small players which are household names. So means sorry, very small micro businesses. So should I enter that market? That's my question. Is it too crowded?
See, no, it's not too crowded. If if you think of this, so typically the crowding is looked by two ways. You look at entropy or you look at Harfilner index, HHI index. That of the whole number of players which are there, what is their market share which they command, and take the square of the market shares and add them together, right? So the ones which have let's say there's one sector which have two players having 80% and three players commanding the rest of the 20%, versus the another one where each five of them have 20% share in the market, right? So the one where each five of them has 20% of the market share will be treated as more crowded than the one where you have two players having 80% of the market and three players having uh, spread that 20% market.
Thank
So
you.
it has to do with entropy, right? How much entropy do you have in that space? Many players doing too many things. Now, if you have big players, they may be doing something in a particular space, which means they may have become very big, capture a good amount of market, but their scope of activities may be limited. Therefore, there is a lot of scope still left over, low transaction cost or high transaction cost item for them they don't want to do, or it did not have economies of scale. Therefore, these are the areas where you can bring innovation and do those things which they do not want. So shall we move ahead?
Yes, sir.
Is the question there? This point. So I'm very sure that speakers before me would have spoken these points that what startups look for in terms of support from HI and you in an HI. These yes. So of these, I think one important aspect which I would like to really focus on, because most of our academicians who will be taking care of your own incubators or your host institutions or associated with any of these incubators.
Sir,
Advisory
your voice is not that clear.
uh,
Hello?
trust me, today's time, there are a lot of startups which don't need space or co-working space. But what they really need is mentorship support we give them. So mentorship support has three layers to it. One, domain expertise which somebody may bring.
Sir, Shaheen sir, one second. Like your voice is
Not
not that
clear.
clear, sir. Like, it's breaking in between.
Is it better now?
No, sir. Like seem to be some network issues. Your voice is not clear. Like it's breaking
Am
in
I am
between.
I audible? Is it clear
Things are
now?
not.
Or you can switch off your video feed.
Yeah. Breaking in between. Okay. Okay. Just yeah. I just switched off my video. Now tell me if it is that. Hello.
Yes, sir. Can you speak something, sir, so that we can just go for it?
Is it now better? Yeah. Is it better now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's more clear now, sir.
Okay. Okay. And the screen share is still there, or I have stopped sharing?
Uh, it's gone, sir.
It's gone. Okay. Now is the screen visible?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay. What I'll do then? Then I'll keep on going. Uh, at the point when it looks like network has stabilized, I will again share the screen. Right? Is that okay?
Sir, or else you can do one thing, sir. Like you can share that PPT with me. I'll be presenting it. Like if you just need that, sir.
Yeah.
Like you can see your screen. Like it's showing Mohammed Javed. Like, Shaheen Javed is presenting, but
Yeah. Yeah.
slides are not visible. Sir, like you can just share that to me, and I'll be presenting it, sir. You
Yeah.
can just say me like move it to the next slide.
Presentation. Oh, oh, okay. I will just give it.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are clear now, sir.
I just sent you the presentation. You can- Is my screen visible? Is it in the sharing mode?
It was, sir, but now it has gone. Like it just showed the screen is presenting, but we cannot see it. But now it's not.
Okay. Uh, I'll just share the presentation itself. That could be better.
Sir, I have a small suggestion. If you can leave the meeting and rejoin it also, it can also solve the problem.
Okay, okay. Let's then do that. I have anyways shared it, the PPT. I'll just do that once. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Shall I try sharing the screen?
Yes, sir. Please.
Is the screen visible?
It is loading,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes. It is visible now, sir.
Okay. Okay, great. I'm really sorry about this technical glitch. Okay,
Okay,
so
sir.
and the voice is clear now. I can start.
Yes, sir. You can start it. Voice is also clear,
Okay,
and we can
okay,
see
okay.
the presentation.
Thank you for the suggestion. So now I'll briefly talk about what startups look for in an incubation center, and this is based on certain research outcomes and also based on our own experience is what I have put it here. See, they look at your perspective. Is there a congruence between their goal and your goal? If they do not see a congruence, then they may feel, especially we are talking about good startups, right? The ones which are good ideas, they would like to get associated with a startup incubator where there is some kind of congruence, either sectoral congruence or your focus with identifying certain set of investors. So there has to be some kind of congruence in your perspective and their perspective. Second thing, they then look at a very good administrative team. So in the success of any incubator, you need to have a very very good founding team, because the founding team need to do a lot of work in setting up things. At the same time, they need to be very patient. They need to be very empathetic to and motivating and encouraging to startups. It's not only the resources and the mentorship which is needed. I think startups need to be motivating them and from their lows, because this journey is very very unstructured, right? Now the ability of funds for the startup to support and mentoring resource pool. So the startups would also like to associate with those incubation centers which have access to certain funding, at least for inviting any mentor which they want to talk to, or to support them for small expenses which they may incur during the early stage of their startup, right? So they would like to get connected with those readily. Uh, Now, if you have good connect with investors, government, and corporates and regulators, so this is one space, especially for some of the sectors. Connections with the regulators is something which a lot of startups look at, because that makes their life a lot more easier, right? If you can bring that connect with the government and regulators, especially because investors and corporate, almost everybody tries to do. The strong network with ecosystem stakeholders, it is again uh, uh, necessary but not a sufficient condition. Therefore, it must be there. Reputation in the industry, both investors and customers, that also is a very good and important factor for them. Uh, they sometimes look at your reputation in the local ecosystem, uh, because that is where they are going to start with, right? So if your reputation in the local ecosystem is good, then they have a higher probability of getting the first success within that space where they will start up. So therefore, they also want to look at your reputation in the industry uh, as an institution. Availability of good support services, free or reasonable cost. So it is not only the space; it is the additional support which you provide them. For example, access to CA, access to corporate secretary, access to some kind of shared services like branding, market research, or legal aspects of business. So all that should be in the form of a pool of consultants which is available to you for any such work, and they should give you a flat nominal rate at which you will charge them. You can subsidize them if possible if you have resources as an incubator, so that it does not hit them hard on their pocket for these various day-to-day requirements of a new company to function. And of course, ability of labs, databases, and resources is something which is difficult for them to get early at the early stage, and therefore they want this to be provided by the incubators. So, and last one is the work culture and your ethics. So, if you do not have your own good work culture and ethics, it's going to leave them in a bad taste. So that was how they choose you. But what we have learned that how we had been choosing and what really worked when what are the parameters which really work in identifying good startups, and over a period of time we have experienced that these are the startups who were able to raise some money, who were able to successfully do their venture and take it to the next level. So the first and the most important thing which we realize, and this is not only from our understanding but also from understanding of others who had been researching and working on this space, is the intrinsic motivation and drive. There is nothing which is a substitute to this intrinsic motivation and drive of a entrepreneur, right? So if they are not really motivated internally, the cause is not right. You just want to do because everybody is doing. You just want to do it because it's cool thing to be a call an entrepreneur. Then it's not the right motivation. The motivation should be for the cause, for the solution, for the problem which you're trying to solve through your venture, right? So if that is not there, then drive will not be there, and eventually it will die out at some point in time when they hit roadblocks. Uh, Second important thing which we realized was professional and educational background of the founder in the proposed domain. If I'm a mechanical engineer and let's say today I deal with management, entrepreneurship, and finance, I if I want to say that okay, I want to make a drug which can uh, reverse aging. I want to do a startup which can do a drugs which can reverse aging. It sounds good, sounds very innovative. I may also convince you about talking about certain, compositions, but then my ability to really do it may not be there, right? Or a commerce graduate coming and saying that I want to build a nano robo which can cure cancer in the bloodstream. No, it sounds very good. It sounds feasible also technically that yes, there is technology where we can inject nanorobo in body and they can do certain aspects of it. But will they be able to cure cancer? We don't know. We don't know. Will he be able to pull it? It can be done, but will he able to pull it or she able to pull it? It's not sure. So your idea, your innovation should come from your own well. So all of us are frogs in the well, and we as individuals have grown based on our acquaintance, our education, our experience, and if we try to do something outside of this within our well, then it will be difficult for us to do it because we do not have enough competency to do it. So that is another thing which we very much look at. If you do something, you should be someone either coming from that family who had been traditionally doing that domain, or you should have been having a good education in that domain, or you should have good work experience in that domain. Then only we want you to accept doing that. It's not that somebody would have not done in the past, but these will be only exceptions, and therefore we don't want to risk. There will be a lot of high stake when you take these startups. You spend a lot of time, you will spend a lot of resources in these startups, especially the early startups. And if they fail, if they do not make a success story for you, as an incubator, your chances of your existence again comes into question. So try to be little careful in that particular aspect. Second is the goal congruence. As I said, there has to be goal congruence between the incubator and me, the startup. So as an incubator, also I should look for it. If they're a biotech, core biotech technology based startup, I may not be the right incubator for them. Even if I do take them because they have a very good innovative product which is patentable, but at the end of the day, I will not be able to do justice to him in terms of mentoring, in terms of providing access network to the mentors or even investors. Therefore, eventually, it will be hard won for him, and uh, they will not succeed. They will not bring the results which they could have, and therefore, it's a no-no for both of us. The other aspect which a lot of time we fail to see, we some there's a very thin line between confidence and stubbornness. right? Uh, uh, so if somebody is very stubborn, they are not very coachable and pivotable. So pivotability is a very important thing in while you are starting your own venture, because you may would have envisioned something, but regulation or certain aspect may hinder you from doing that in a particular way, and therefore you have to figure a different way, a different channel, a different route to reach the same goal. But a lot of time, if you're very stubborn, then it's difficult. Even if the mentors want you to guide on something, you will not receive those suggestions very well, and therefore that again goes looks to be something which will not really bring good result in terms of the success of those startups, and therefore it's better to not select them out. A dependable, hardworking team, which is again I said complementing and dependable team versus a solo. I'll always go for a team, because you may have lows in your individual life, and we have seen so many startups actually almost shelving their ideas or freezing it for some time, or actually failing because they had personal problems in their life. So if you have more than one people in a team, then somebody else pitches in for those times when you are really low on the personal front, and then can pull it ahead. So the venture goes on, and then you as an individual can join back, or start contributing at some gap. So that is another important aspect. Now, quality and timing of idea, as I said, quality, yes, is important. The idea should be a good quality idea, but it only after all of it, and the timing of the idea. Again, if as the discussion also went in that direction, I talked about high product market competition, but it does not mean that you cannot get into product market competition. Then your clarity about the uniqueness of your product, it has to be really a unique contribution which you are making to that product or service, which either is really solving either two of the problem. Either you are filling a gap in high product market. Filling a gap itself, finding a gap itself is difficult, or you are addressing a pain in that only aspects, either with high transaction cost or high search cost. So there has to be some pain which your idea is trying to fill in, or the way you do this, deliver the same product or service, you are filling that gap or pain. Then you have a good ability to succeed. So people first, idea second, market size third, communication charisma fourth, which I have not talked about specifically. But if there are two equally good ideas in front of me, I will go for the co-founder who brings that better communication and charisma with them. Because at the end of the day, they need to go and convince so many people, from your vendors to give them supplies on credit to their clients, to their investors, and therefore communication and charisma is something which you should look for if you really want them to be successful. Now, I just picked it from the manual. I think that's one of the good manual you should all read if at all you are associated with this ecosystem, which is Incubation Managers Manual, which was prepared by Niti Aayog and CIE uh, uh, in early 2017 or 18. I guess they came up with this. So there they have a very good explanation of what an incubation manager should be looking at to develop an incubation center. It does not mean whatever they say is the words of or the gospels of Bible, but then yes, some of it are very useful, some of it may be very relevant for you. So that is something which we need to keep in mind, and we need to take care of all these verticals, right? So at one end we have donors, investors, and sponsors, and we need to have a different kind of relationship with them. It's good to have a dedicated person. Early stage you may not have that much of liberty, but at least if you can have a shared resource from your institution who can focus only on this aspect, building relationship with your donors, investors, and sponsors. Then on the other extreme is your mentors, evangelists, and strategic advisors. These are the people who come to you at some cost, or it may be they may come to you through your network connections without cost. But these people are also very important. If you do not have good advisors and mentors, then again you are not going to succeed. And in between comes the rest of it, which is your regional community, academic research institutions which are near to you, or your own host institution, what kind of relationship you have as an incubator with them, the industry bodies which functions locally and regionally, also at the India level, and then the corporate government and international bodies which may be supportive of the various things you do, right? So these are various stakeholders which we should be careful of, and at least try and see that somebody within the organization have been given this responsibility, that these are the set of stakeholders you are supposed to manage, right? You are supposed to manage, so that there is a focus on each one of them. If there is focus on each one of them, your stakeholder set is complete. When the stakeholder set is complete, then the probability of success is much higher. Now, how do we engage with these stakeholders? So they have suggested a very good matrix. They say that if the capabilities of the stakeholder to support you as an incubation center does not exist, then inform them. Inform them when they do not have an alignment to what you do. Why do we inform them? कि ठीक है, हो सकता है sometime in future they have alignment, they start doing something which will be useful for me, so at least they should be aware of us, let them know about it. If they are fully aligned and they're doing something which can be used by you, then but the capabilities does not exist, then what do? You help them build those capabilities which can be mutually beneficial. If alignment is also there and they also have the capabilities, then try to execute, get into some kind of MOU, get some kind of agreement. Let it be small enough, but start engaging, doing something together. And if you think that they are not aligned, but they have capabilities, then try to customize something. You may think of some small program, you may think of some small initiative which you as an incubation center wants to take to engage with them, because today they may not be aligned with you, but if you get engaged with them, tomorrow their goals may get aligned to you, and therefore it may get into a situation where you will benefit a lot from that connection, right? So this is a very good engagement matrix which I found, and I thought that we should all, with all our stakeholders, start practicing it. Now, coming to the critical success factors of an incubator, we should be aware of these, and we should be measuring ourselves that where we are on this. So in fact, rather than talking plain about these critical success factors, I'll talk about a study which we did, a pilot study with a lot of incubators across the country, to understand using a multi-criteria decision-making method, to know that which are these many factors which are really critical. Then we found some of the factors which was cause, and some of the factors which were looking more as an effect, right? And then within the ones which are in bold, which is government funding to incubators, active and competent incubator team, and incubator revenue model. So these three were the top three critical success factors of any success of any incubator at a higher education institution, right? So if you are at a higher education institution, you are an incubator, then you must be focusing on these three factors, which according to that study came out to be the three most critical success factors of their success. One is the government funding. You should scout for some government fund. Let it be very small, but early stage, to create certain success stories, you will need that funding. Active and competent incubator team. I always say that don't recruit your first team, find your first team, right? So it's not about just advertising and then finding the best among the applicants, but rather waiting for some time and experiencing somebody who is really a good complement to the team, who can really who share the same values with you, who share the same vision for the incubation center which you have, so that that can really go a long way. And look for a complementing team, right? So they should be very active, competent, and complementing. And the last one is revenue model. See, after even with all this government support which is today, you can see there, is not going to last for long. Within I see within 4 or 5 years that support will dry up a lot, because now the government will want the incubators to become more sustainable themselves. Therefore, we should look for revenue model. I know a lot of incubators, and even we, to some extent, have not sought any equity in all these government funded programs which we did for our startups, just because that feeling comes that, okay, we are a funded institution, we are government institution, why shall we charge equity? So that was the feeling which drove us away from this for some time. Later, when we became a Section 8 company, we still wanted to bring in, but there were a lot of challenges, or I'll say resistance from internal cohort. But why do you want to do that? Why can't we just support them? Anyways, this is a money given by government. So I think this revenue model needs to be looked at, and the only earnings from your rentals and equity may not really give you enough fund to sustain for long. Equity may realize in 5 to 7 to 10 years, and all of it may not really realize. But then you also need to find some other revenue sources for you, maybe in terms of consulting, maybe in terms of the programs which you do, or maybe providing services to the startups, while bringing economies of scale at your level and then charging them little bit, which still is viable for them to pay you. Right, right. Now, I'll just take just few minutes to talk about what we had been doing at our incubator. And I just wanted to keep the slides few in number. Therefore, I just wanted to clutter everything together. IMV was established in Visakhapatnam in 2015, and we started our incubation center, which was still running as an incubation center as a department within the institution in 2018. 2019, we got the METI grant, which was 1.7 CR. Before that, 2018, we started doing women startup program, which also is one of our most successful programs which we have done. So that year we incubated 25 women. 2020 we incubated another 20 women in the women startup program. Within METI, we incubate 4 to 5 startups, especially on IT and electronics related and IoT, ML, AI based startups. 2020 we got registered as Section 8 company. Now we are a Section 8 company, and one more program which we will be doing is the Accelerator. So that's the program set which we had been doing, and we are also doing one program with there is a fortune fund in US, and there's a company called S2 Tech. So with them we are doing a incubation development program for students who are at the graduate level in science and engineering colleges in Andhra Pradesh. So we'll be training around 1,000 such students, and then out of that we will choose around 30 incubated for a period of 1 year. In the past 3 to 4 years of our activities, we had been you know uh, generating a little bit of success in terms of our achievements of our incubatees. One of our tied incubatee raised 2.2 million fund through the accelerator program in Y Combinator. So we graduated him out into Y Combinator accelerator program, and from there he was able to raise 2.2 million. One of our incubatees from the Women Startup Program had raised 10,000 seed funding from Shell Foundation. Many of them have got a lot of other, next stage accelerator or seed funding from different organizations, or have won some accolades for their achievement, in this space. Few of them had been, completely bootstrapped. One such startup we have here in Vizag, into the organic products. That lady completely bootstrapped, and she got a good support from family also. And as of today, she started from scratch, from zero. Within 3 years of span of time, she has reached to a stage where she is making more than 1 crore per month as a revenue. So I think that's another wonderful story of a bootstrapped successful startup without any funding which they have raised. So overall, we have supported over 270 startups in one form or the other. Especially when we say supported, we are talking about uh, uh, having more than one intervention with that startup. 50 we have incubated, and 40 plus are women-led startup, almost 45. So that's in a nutshell. We have our startups have generated some trademarks, patents, and design patents in the last 3 years. The good thing which we have done as an institute, we have an institute startup policy, which got approved by the board. We had worked really hard to get this approved and convince all the stakeholders that agree to it, where we are saying that 1% of the institute revenue budget is earmarked for entrepreneurship development activities that will go for both capex and opex related expenses, prototyping grant and seed support to the students or startups, and mentorship and capacity development programs which we do, which is very much needed because early stage you don't have money as an incubator to run. Second, what we did was, we said that there has to be a mandatory course on developing entrepreneurial mindset in all the programs we do. Third is the policy support for students. So we said that we'll give them 1 to 2 years of break if at all they want. So, for example, they're done with their first year of MBA, they can take 2 years of break, do their entrepreneurship, and then again come back and complete it. We have also given them placement holiday that you complete your MBA while doing your startup. You don't take up placement now. You try your hand with this startup, and if it succeeds, you don't need a placement. You join the placement with the next batch. So you can take up to 2 years of placement holiday like that. Then we also have reduced the credit requirements for them to be able to complete. In place of that, they will have to show the progress on their ventures on which they are working. Right. We also have policy support for faculty, although in management institutions is not really needed much, which is more relevant for technology institution. But we said no. In management institution, if they provide a service uh, uh, in terms of mentorship or consulting to the startups, we'll provide some service points because we have to complete certain points on research, on teaching, on service. So they will get some service point for their work done there. And also, if they engage with any startup as a consultant, then there's a provision that they can either get some equity as their sweat equity, or they can invest directly in any of these startups, provided they are not part of this incubation center or holding any position in the institute which can influence their decision. So if they're just a faculty and they wanted to invest in a particular startup, we make also that provision for them to do. So we typically, as I said, that our plans are to be broadly in these sectors, which we think is the sectors where we have competencies to contribute. One, education and edutech, financial inclusion and fintech, food, agri and agri-tech. The reason being that a lot of AI, ML based startups are there in this space. Secondly, we have, we are in Andhra Pradesh, which is an agrarian state, and therefore there a lot of and especially when we support women startup programs, a lot of food and agri related startup evolve from the experience set of the women, and therefore that is one sector where we get pulled into nutrition, wellness, food, agri all the time. Marine ports and logistics, because being a management institution, we have good amount of expertise in logistics and supply chain, which can be used to develop this the ecosystem around marine ports and logistics, and any startup which want to venture in those areas. And environment and clean energy, because we have also partnered with this IIPE, which is there, which is institution of national importance in petroleum. So with them, they bring the technical know-how, we bring the management know-how, and together we can work on clean environment and energy related startups. So that's broadly what we envision to do. As I said, we are now also working in creating the pool for the entire state, right? By giving this boot camp and knowledge of entrepreneurship to students, and the focus is mostly to the third year students or the pre-final year students, so that they can do something by the time they have to graduate, so that they don't look for a job, rather they start their own venture. And we are also, we have already opened the analytics lab. We are in the process of, looking for funds to start the fintech and ideation and prototyping labs, which we will be doing in due course. Just a final thought before I open it for any questions if you have. See, we had been talking about this a lot. That what are your weaknesses? What are your strengths? You should cover your weaknesses. No, don't cover your weaknesses. Let the weaknesses be there. Play by your strength, right? Because especially as an incubator also, and as a startup also, you are there to win. You are there to make a mark. You are there to create a success story. And success story does not get created by uh, you know uh, covering everything which weaknesses you have. Everybody have a lot of weaknesses. So we should not look for covering those weaknesses. Rather, we should train our startups to work on their strength areas and only focus on those strength areas. Always keep asking yourself a question: what is that one problem which I wanted to solve, and that is why I am in this startup space? Second, what is that one strength which brings that unique capability or unique ability in me to be able to deliver it or to do it? And play with that. That's going to sell. People don't hire for less weaknesses. People hire you for your strength. Therefore, your clients will also buy your products for your strength of or a particular functionality of the product, rather than what all the product can is covered in terms of their weaknesses, right? And last, just create the success stories. First few success stories will help you a lot in long run success of the incubation center. So or the ecosystem to know about you, right? So create some beautiful stories. For example, if you see some of these ladies, they all are from different places, right? From Kakinada, Nellore, Rajahmundry, Hyderabad, Shikakulam, Visakhapatnam, they all did something and they created stories, and those stories get published and covered in a lot of news media. So that not only helps them but also help you as an incubator to let your stakeholders or your ecosystem partners know that you are there to contribute, you are there doing something. So that itself will help you a lot in long run success of the incubator. So that's all. If you have any questions, I'm very happy to answer.
Uh, if any participants have any queries, they can just raise their hands. Thanks.
So I have a small query. There was one point where it was written the potential incubators look at the mission and vision of the incubators.
Mhm.
So while I was conducting my study, so I had the interviews with the incubators. So none of the incubators or the majority of the incubators do not know the actual mission of the startups of the incubators. So I do not know whether it is at a pan India level or it is mostly in the northern regions only.
No,
They
so
just
see,
look at the proximity to the incubator, but do not
okay.
look at its mission or vision.
To be honest, I'll tell you 90% of the incubators do not have their mission and vision also defined, right? You So we were just looking at a lot of incubators. Some of them do not even have a website updated, and I would not, hide it sometime, even if we fall into that category, that our own, broadly we know what we are supposed to do, but our mission and vision statements are not yet out there, right? So a lot of incubators are there whose mission and vision statements are not very clearly known and communicated. But in a larger context, what does it mean? That yes, it's the congruence of the goal these two have. So either it may be a sectoral focus, or it may be that what do they want to achieve. For example, certain incubators may have a goal that they want their startups to get funded before they graduate. But at the other hand, certain startups may have a unsaid uh, mission that whomsoever they incubate, they should survive and they should continue doing the business, give some employment, and that's their yardstick for measuring their success. So their focus may be a little different in terms of what they want to give. Also, their focus may be different in terms of which areas they want to focus. Uh, it does not mean that all of the factors will always be important for all the startups, because sometimes the startup just need an incubator, right? Now whosoever gives them the opportunity, they will go. But this will become more and more true for those startups which are of very good quality, which means if I can get offer from all the 10 incubators where I apply for a program, then I become choosy, and when I become choosy, these factors becomes important for me to choose. So what I'll suggest that if you already had access to these startups, try to identify a subsample within that who had multiple offers, which means they would have applied in the same cycle in multiple incubation centers, and then what are the factors which influence them to choose a particular incubation center, and see if this is one of the factor which they would have thought of or not.
Okay, sir. Sir, I have one more query. It is related to the
Yes.
virtual incubation. So, how you see the virtual incubation at a pan-India level? What are its future-oriented scope?
Virtual incubation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think, see, virtual incubation, earlier a lot of people had a lot of reservations about it, but COVID taught us that virtual incubation is possible. In fact, a couple of our own startups, one of them are from Ahmedabad. Now, why are they with us? Because they wanted some opportunity, they were not getting it at the right time. They applied for our program, and we found them that they are doing something which we could help them or contribute them in taking it forward. So we selected them. So the point is, the virtual incubation will be there, especially in the areas where the lab dependency is not there, or if at all you are an institution which has ability to very easily connect with institutions at different level or different parts of the country and get into some kind of contract with them. Then you can very easily do this virtual incubation. And if you want to get into virtual incubation, then the best thing to do will be to pick a niche and then try to become a very resourceful incubator in that particular niche area. Then the virtual incubation model becomes very successful for you. So it is that niche subsector domain understanding and resources which you are bringing to the table, which others are not able to bring, and that does not come from within your location, but from your entire network which you have. So for startup, it does not matter if they are physically there or not. Uh, if you can help them, so their distributed model where you also hire some space for them if they want to, use some co-working space. So there are a lot of space which you can hire. Uh, Being an incubator at Delhi, you can hire spaces in any other part of the world. Being a incubator at Visakhapatnam, we had hired space in Hyderabad for our startups. We had hired space in Hyderabad. So that model is one. The other model is they don't even need a space. They are good to work. For example, a lot of IT based innovation can happen without even coming to a workstation, right? In today's time, network access and other resources are not very difficult for somebody to develop an idea further into a venture. So if they didn't really, the space constraint is not needed for those ventures, they are a very good case for a virtual incubation, and therefore we should look for that as an opportunity. And see, this virtual incubation also reduces a lot of cost on you in terms of taking care of a lot of other logistical things when the startups are sitting here. So now you can just ask your mentor to be there wherever they are and then take a mentorship session rather than paying for his travel and putting him into a good hotel and paying for all his local conveyance. Because you can just say that my startups are spread over all over India, and that does not make sense that we call you here, right? At some point in time, you want to call them, but at a lot of times you just don't want to call them. Rather, it make more sense for the mentor also to deliver it in 2 to 3 hours from there, rather than traveling and spending the whole day to reach your incubation center, especially if you are from tier 2, tier 3 cities. So I think yes, virtual incubation tier 2, tier 3 city can become very successful, given we develop certain niche which startups will look for. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to attract healthy number of startups in our incubation center. Did I
Uh,
answer your question?
yes, sir. So my next query is related to the selection criteria that is being used by the incubators.
Hmm.
So the incubator should focus on more of attracting the pre-incubation stage incubators, or more of more developed incubators.
See, there are two things to it. See, as a new incubator, you find it more easy to train a pre-incubator kind of startups, which is at the ideation level, right? Because they will value you, they'll listen to you, they will feel that they've gained something out of you. So their word of mouth will be positive about you. But at the same time, these startups which have some kind of proof of concept or MVP, their ability to give a success story quickly is higher, right? So my suggestion will be to take a good mix of both. Maybe a little higher, larger proportion of ideation stage, and lesser proportion of very very carefully picked startups at the MVP stage, where you see that they have a higher probability of getting successful, because you want to create a couple of success stories in the first 3 years of your operation. If you do not, then your ability to sustain and attract more fund in future becomes very lower. Because what do you sell? Even if you go for a CSR fund from let's say a corporate body which is next to your district or in your state, you need to go and sell some story, right? Why would they listen to you? I am also an incubator, we are training this. So there are 350 incubators in India, right? If you go to China, there are more than 2000 incubators in China. So out of 350 incubators, if tomorrow, I mean, this number is going to increase or jump in India almost to 500 to 550 in a couple of years. Now, if I'm one of those 550 incubators and coming to a company, what is that will excite them to even listen to your case? That's the beautiful stories which you can create, you can carve out, right? So everybody may not like the same story, which means 2.2 million raised by my startup may not be liked by a CSR fund. But a lady from Rajmundry doing so and generating 15 employments, or a daughter of a farmer generating 1 crore per month of revenue in Visakhapatnam is a good story to sell. Did I answer the question?
Yes, sir. Sir, my next query is related to the step. Uh, Previously, Indian government has allocated step to the higher education institutes.
Hmm.
Now, Indian government has come with the startup policy and the other incubation centers. So,
Hmm.
when we see at the past, what went wrong with the step policy, and as a uh, how we cannot leverage it at when was it was previously launched.
See, but we talk about something called sunk cost, right? So, which we cannot go and change. There is no point even bringing that into our consideration of cost and benefit for tomorrow. So, something which did not happen in the past is lost. But as I said, pre-liberalization, the whole country was such where opportunity, new innovation was very limited, and businesses were happy doing lobbying around government and getting contracts and do things which added margin to their business but not value to whatever they are doing, right? So once the market opens up, the demand for innovation start, because as a consumer we get to see better products and we want better products. So the question the point is this, that the government just see praja vaisa raja. You might have heard of this saying, right? So if we start asking for such things, then the government or the people sitting in the policy corridor also starts to act in that direction, right? For example, if Atal Incubation Mission, if they are done with their first call of application, they gave it to some 30-35 centers, and then they have stopped doing anything for the last 2-3 years. Now, if we as institutions, new incubators, do not go back to Niti Aayog and ask them that why are you not giving it again? Why are you not opening it again? Why don't you also, give chance to cities? Why don't you only open for tier 2 and tier 3 cities? Then they will not really feel that there's a demand for it, right? So I think it's both uh, it's demand driven to the core of it. Second, I think as more and more of us are getting more aware of it and see this as a good opportunity for us to not only find a substitute to this, the business of placements and job creation, uh, but also a good way of bringing best from our institution in terms of its visibility, in terms of the output outcome, and the kind of engagement that happen within the institution. So if all that is now building up within us, then it will really translate into demand. And if there is a demand, either government or the corporate, somebody will come up to fulfill that demand.
Thank you
Did,
for
did I
answering.
did I answer the question?
Yes, sir.
Any other query? If no, then I think
I think like we can
it's
conclude the session. There are no
okay.
questions.
So okay, thank you so much, all
Uh,
of you, for patiently listening to me.
uh, Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words, and thanks for the great session on. You focused on many aspects of incubation, what people need, what incubators need, what the incubation center should have. And like I really like this concept of like startup holiday. Generally, startups have tax holiday, but I am Vizag is offering startup holiday. That's what something I really like. And regarding the sessions that you are planning in future, like you have mentioned, you'll be conducting 1,000 people on boot camp. So I'm looking forward that meeting happens very soon. Thank you. Thanks for your time, and it was a really good session.
Thank you.
So let's meet again after 15 minutes. Let's have a break, and then we shall continue with the second session. Thank you. Hello all, welcome to session 2. Let me introduce to the speaker of this session, Ravi Ishwarapu, who has completed his BE, MBA, ICWA and MS in Technical Management. He has a total experience of 22 years in corporate management. He worked in many organizations and his last assignment before turning into an entrepreneur in 2012 was Head Corporate Quality at Tech Mahindra. He is an angel investor too. Currently, he is working as CEO of Andhra University Incubation Center, Director of Enter IoT, co-founder of Interview Buddy, and Chairman of Advisory Board, IT Association of AP. Sir would be throwing some light on incubation ecosystem in Andhra Pradesh, Andhra University. Over to you, sir. You can continue.
Yeah. Thanks, Hemant. Thank you. A very good morning. Yes, I know I'm not new to the participants. I've handled the ideation part of it when Rajneesh could not be a part of it because he had a minor problem at the office. There was a fire accident and he had to handle that. Okay, I can say sort of nice to be back. So I'll start off. I know Professor Javed did an extremely good job of walking through the ecosystem, Indian incubation of the startup ecosystem, and then getting into the incubator space. What an incubator, what do startups have to look up, or what services do an incubator provide, and what sort of expectations an incubator has from a startup, and how do they qualify, because people have to apply to a incubator to be a part of the incubation program, or sometimes run as cohorts. And then to be part of that whole program, people sometimes have to apply, and then most of the times it's basically on an application which will be processed, and then you would be accepted as part of the incubation space. So I'll walk you through, while I'm talking today, I'll talk mostly about what we are currently doing at the AU incubation space, or the ecosystem, along with the the vision and where we are planning to go. The situation that where we are in, you would probably have a very similar situation. Most of the academic institutions run incubation centers. Largely, you will have a regular incubation system or a center, but you will have multiple departments. You could be having engineering, you could have management, then you could have a pharma stuff, and life sciences, biotech stuff, and so some require labs. Manufacturing stuff requires a maker's lab. Like the difference between what IIMV Vizag field is doing versus what our Andhra University Incubation Center is basically providing, in addition to most of the systems that Professor Javed was talking of. The advantage of being, in fact, IIM Vizag is housed within the Andhra University campus. So we both know each other for quite some time. We go a long way. We represent a lot of forums together. So my boss and his boss. My boss would be the vice chancellor here, and his boss is the director of IIM Visakhapatnam, which is Professor Chandrasekhar. We are all very connected. So it's basically a collaborative stuff. So the way in which we are now looking at it is Andhra University would largely be more of a technology focus, research focus, while research from product research, patents, and which Hima would be talking about patenting in the afternoon, but largely patent. We have created even an IPR chair, intellectual property chair, and we have got the ex-CMD of NRDC, National Research Development Council, to be part of the IPR chair. So while patenting, research, technology focus is or competencies where Andhra University would come with, because of the faculty, as the research, the lab facilities, infrastructure that you have across. In fact, we are also starting very, I will talk about, let me not jump the gun. That, and we are planning to, again, AU Incubation Center, we're going to collaborate with multiple other incubators like IMV Field, they call it Field. We will be collaborating with Professor Javed and his team because they have the business consulting vertical. They're very pretty strong. Market research or business consulting or strategizing is where they're pretty strong at. So we thought, why not? In fact, I was talking to the NITI Aayog vice chairman a few days back. We had come down to AP and had meetings with the CMO, Chief Minister, and his office, and then we had a meeting with him too. I was suggesting that incubation centers compete with each other with respect to who would a specific startup be incubated with. It's like somebody wins an Olympics, and then the colleges or schools are saying, oh, he's from our school, he's from our college, he's or the coaches somewhere say, I coached him, and this and that and all that stuff. So there's a lot of that hangama stuff. So here there is a lot of incubation centers have this exclusivity. If they fund you, they would want an exclusivity. You cannot be part of another incubation center. That becomes again an issue. So I was talking to the NITI Aayog chairman. I was suggesting a few things. So co-incubation should be a norm. It should not be a one-off case where probably like IIM Vizag and Andhra University can co-incubate a startup so that the startup can take advantage of best of the both worlds. So that is how it should be. And also today funding, we were talking about, Professor Javed was also talking about NITI Aayog and the funding that comes to the educational institutions for setup of your incubation centers or e-cells. There is Technology Business Incubator, TBI, TIDE, ATL, and different stuff. And each individual organization operates as a silo. So today I set up something in Vizag, even if it's a BioNest, which is BIRAC, Pune-backed funding. Vizag has probably, if you are getting it, AP MedTech Zone has a BioNest funding. There's a private cancer center which has got a BioNest funding, and we will be probably the third one to get it. So we will have 3 different institutions in Vizag, probably being funded by the same agency and trying to compete with each other in a specific areas, or trying to attract these startups with various schemes and all that. Competition is to a certain extent good, but eventually the startup should be one who should be benefited in this whole thing. So why not collaborate? And when the same fund, instead of giving, let's say 5 or a 10 crores to each of these institutions, make it as a 15 to 20 or 30 crore fund and say 3 institutions, create a governance structure and manage it. So these are some of the suggestions that have been put forward, but I'll walk you through the AU, the policies, the procedures, in case you are starting an incubation center or want to be a part of an incubation center, what the incubation center expects, a little bit more detailed stuff. And just in case some of you would want to take help, mentoring or setting up of an incubation center, or want to virtually incubate your startups for sake of certain things that where we have and which probably you do not have, and or you can offer certain things to us, more than welcome. So that I'll just share my presentation. Hemant, let me know if you can see my screen. Yes. Okay, great, thanks. Okay. So I'm going to talk probably for the next 1.5 hours about the startup incubation ecosystem, how this has got created, and where we are as of now. Okay. Before I get into the services, a little bit of how this whole incubation thing happened. There was a sponsor who built the infrastructure for Andhra University called as an incubation center. It happened about 3 years back, but that did not take off as it was supposed to. And then COVID stuck, and that incubation center became something like a 2-floor, 10,000 SFT of space. Became what was a COVID, a center where people who, I think in the airport who come in, they sort of have to keep them in a quarantine. So it became a quarantine center for quite at some time, for a year or so. And then the vice chancellor, the new vice chancellor, once he took over, started thinking deep. 2 or 3, again, a lot of dynamics or the environmental changes that are happening that also have forced institutions to look into incubation centers, because along with your NIRF ranking, you have now called something the innovation ranking, IRA, where institutions have, and then that's one. 2 is every institution has to form something called an IIC, Institutions Innovation Council, and you have to do certain activities as part of it. That's the second one. Third, AICT made it mandated institutions to start having an incubation center as per the Startup India, the new education policy, which also said students can take a break, go do a startup entrepreneurship stuff, and then again come back. So which will be considered just like an organization where companies give you a sabbatical to go out, do some stuff, work or study, and then come back and join them. A similar policy changes have been made in line with the Startup India policy, and that all have created a need for universities to move towards an incubation, having their own incubation system. And so in the and other dynamic factors, Vizag, there was a nice incubation space that got created. I think Professor Javed was talking about it, but the Vibrance had somehow not been, they have not been able to sustain the Vibrance. There were not any success stories to talk of. Great place, very well built, but probably not the right people to manage, or the type of what do you call it, the euphoria that got created around it could not be sustained, and then it was slowly going down. It's not, and it's all that some of people shifted. Like you will see one of the guys who started off in Vizag in the same ecosystem, but moved to Bangalore, was in cryptocurrency and blockchain, made it big. He now has a $5 million fund that he wants to even associate, or he wants to give it out, but he's only looking for startups in the crypto and blockchain space. Varun, he will be one of the panelists tomorrow. We will have around the same time, we will have a panel discussion led by Peter. Peter is a good friend, is a US citizen from Chicago, but came as a, as an exchange student to Andhra University, loved Vizag. He speaks the local language, Telugu, as good as anyone here speaks. So he's been here for the last 16, 17 years, started his own IT company, financial services companies, and has been an investor, angel investor, and he's going to facilitate that session. As part of that, one of the guys, Varun, would be this thing. So all this, so why should we let go a Varun sort of a guy who has got a great potential to build something big? And he did. He had got even a great fund round for his own company. And then he's now become so big that he's got his own angel fund of about 5 million, which is, we are talking about 35 crores of rupees to be invested into startups. So Vizag lost, I know while he's still connected, he would want to contribute to this place, but still he's considered as part of the Bangalore ecosystem. Not a problem, as long as he's part of the Indian startup ecosystem, we're okay. But a success story like that being around you encourages more people to take up entrepreneurship, take that additional step, or that gives them that courage or that hope. And then people jump in, and then you probably create more success stories. So, okay, now with that, I was basically my last corporate role. I was the chief of quality for Tech Mahindra. I was the global head of quality. So, but I had this, I was required that I had to move out of Vizag into Hyderabad, but I had that emotional attachment towards this place, Vizag. So I've decided to work for a year in that role, and then I had to tell CP Gurnani, the CEO, that I'll have to move on. And then first I've taken up a startup in Vizag, built it, moved it from Hyderabad from 22 to built it to about 350 people there. Sold my stake, so I had my first successful exit, made some money. Again, built another 3 startups, again, all the 3 of them from Vizag. So that is some common thread across all my stuff that I do is Vizag. Three cash positive, one in fact as a cash rich, is a cash cow for us. It feeds me, and so that I can do pro bono stuff like what I'm doing with the university. I'm part of the university. I am now the CEO. But what happened is, with all this thing in place, last year around September, had discussions with the VC, and he had asked me to help set it up. And so I was giving all the framework, policies, procedures, what to do, what not to do. And then eventually he said, why don't you have done enough for yourself and as part of giving back to the community, why don't you take this up? So I was always interested to work with the university. So, and it was also fell in the line of things of what I wanted to. So I've taken this incubation thing. So, and something that I'm very passionate and of is mentoring and nurturing and validating student ideas. Have tons of patience while running companies, do all this stuff. So, so that probably becomes also one of the qualities of when you're choosing your incubation manager for your startup, or sorry, for your incubation center. The person should be very passionate and have a lot of patience. Of course, usually faculty, whether you put a person from the industry or from the faculty, doesn't matter. Like, for example, I'm come directly from the industry. Professor Javed initially was with the industry, but was a professor for a few years, and now running the incubation center. So the person heading your incubation center could be anything, but should be very passionate about it and its success, and be very well network connected, lot of patience in dealing with students and the startup ideas, and then collating all that stuff and then taking it forward. So with that's where our journey started. So we'll start up with what a startup incubator service is and what services they provide. So it's basically a program which is is basic to help very early stage in entrepreneurs, because the word incubation, we all know, used in the medical parlance or the healthcare parlance, is when a premature baby is born. We put that the baby, probably 6 months, 7 months, premature, not fully grown, 9-month baby. We put that specific baby in an incubator, what we call as an incubator, where it is a controlled environment with a lot of observation 24/7 before the baby is immune system, the body composition and everything comes up to what is expected norms. So where the baby can now get into the regular environment, the normal environment, and then live a normal life. So that a month or 15 days, sometimes 2 months, 3 months of that, the baby where it is taken care in an incubator. So before it comes and faces the open world. So controlled environment to the regular environment. So that is what exactly the name incubation stands for. Just that instead of a baby, we are talking of a startup here. Startup, a very early stage startup, which needs all that help and care and nurturing before it is ready to be what we call as graduate. Here the word is graduate, when they're ready to graduate and get into the open market to be able to face the business environment outside. So that's this terminology of incubation. So it's basically helping entrepreneurs some of the solve problems that are associated in setting up and running a startup. And the few things that are there is providing some co-working space, some seed fund, help them find some seed fund, give them a lot of mentoring in the areas of expertise with getting access to experts, and then also some we call cohorts, training, a lot of training and to help mentoring. In addition to that, there are a lot of points below, but also market access, business strategic, mentoring includes that, but also other things is also market access and network, so that the initial days of trying to set up and then run the business before it becomes strong enough or viable. so that they can go on their own, set up their own offices outside and run it. So most of these services are provided at a very low fee, initially maybe at no fee, and then later highly funded institutions maybe probably fund these things at no cost for a few months and later charge you. Some institutions charge you a really high fee. The way in which you become a part of even the incubation system sometimes is a very stringent process of pitching your startup idea and then going through certain selection committee which say yes or no, and once it says yes, then you become a part of the system. Then you probably have to pay per seat for the occupancy, but that gives you access to all these things, just not only workspace but probably a little bit of seed funding, some amount of mentoring, some investor connect, retainer services, low cost retainer services, training, all that stuff. So common services in incubator, you have business related services, which are largely, there's an advisory board and mentors, some physically available, some that are, which are available as an extension or collaboration. Like for example, the amount of mentors that are there in the local ecosystem in Vizag. There's specific sectors where Vizag is pretty strong. If you're talking about ports, logistics, defense, which is because it's a headquarter for the Eastern Naval Command. Then you're talking of heavy engineering, pharma. There's a huge pharma, bulk drug manufacturing pharma set up in this pharma cities and other stuff. Then apparel park. There are few of these industries, logistics, ports and logistics, I think I've already talked about. Then aerospace, defense to a certain extent. Then you talk heavy engineering, I think I've talked about. So there are few sectors which are very core and specific to Vizag, where you probably get these mentors. But if you're talking some other stuff which is beyond these sectors, and then you would have probably startups which need help there, then we would also have collaboration. Like I recently had visit and now getting into a collaboration with IIT Madras Research Park as well as T-Hub in Hyderabad for common sharing of mentors, while along with the local industry, where I've already collaborated with the IT Association of Andhra Pradesh, which is about 200 odd companies of IT and ITS companies. So the heads of these institutions are available as mentors. Then I've tied up with TIE, which is the Indus Entrepreneurs, largest group of entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs in the world. 62 chapters. I'm on the board of the the AP, TIE AP chapter. It's a Silicon Valley based Indian entrepreneurs across the globe, but there are a lot of others also, non-Indians on this now. It's become so big. I think about 15,000 charter members across. So all these are, it's only by invite. It's not anybody and everybody can become a part of it. So this is a huge network of, again, mentors across the globe. 62 chapters is big, and it's very big in the US, Europe, Singapore, down South Asia Pac and other places. Even now have chapters in Africa and other countries, which are like what Abhimanyu was talking of, is blue ocean market for a lot of things. So this is, advisory and mentors, of course, come as part of that. Then management team identification, which is basically one of the points which Professor Javed was talking about, wrong team, because of which a startup might fail. So you will find a lot of student startups having this problem, where 4 computer science guys come together and say, okay, I have this idea and this is what I want to start up with. They have pretty good width and depth on the technology front is too good, but on the business front might be too thin, and which might lead to a failure, while they might have a great product or a great technology or a great service that they're coming up with, but do not have the completeness with respect to their co-founding team to be able to manage multiple things, because you need somebody to look at the business, legal, compliance, operations, HR, marketing, and strategy, investors. This is all the business functions. Or you might have a group of three or four management students coming up and saying e-commerce. But there's a lot of technology and digitization that is required, which they might not have a good idea of, and then want to get a CTO sort of a guy who is probably from a computer science background or electronic computer science, depending upon how much of digitization that you would want to use. Sometimes if you want to use IoT sensors, maybe an electronics guy, but somebody who has the passion and then also knows that. So the identification of the right management team running the startup, initially co-founders, then trying to see how effective they are together, because we call it the stickiness factor. These people today might be together, they might have a common goal, they might be working for it, but over a period of time, two things might happen. These people will fight among themselves and likely to break up. It happens because of impatience. Startup takes its own good time. For a successful startup, you'll start seeing good money at least 5 years. It takes 5 years success to taste success. So some people might get impatient and then start trying to break up and then go other ways. The second reason could be, once they start tasting success and see money, greed or some other thing comes, and I put in so many hours. This product idea was because of me. So I've got the client. I have the person who really getting the clients. These sort of things crop up, and then they fight. So ensuring that the right set of management team in running a startup is there. So that's one service that an incubator can provide. Access to newer technology and talent, of course, that's something that they would always provide, that mentoring and help, because you might, as I said, might be a startup in the, let's say, pharma or let's say pharma, bio, life sciences stuff. You good at your formulations, you good at your drug discovery and all that stuff. But there's a lot of things like artificial intelligence can play a major role in ensuring that your drug discovery process is largely, it comes down by a large extent in time, and also managing your stuff when you have the digital, this thing of tomorrow when you want to do compliance, when you want to do file to your FDAs and different agencies out there, digitally having the tracking of data and then being able to provide those specific reports and all that stuff is somebody there. That technology access has to be there. While you could be a subject matter expert in your area, but the technology expert is where the business advisory can provide, an incubator through its business advisory services can bring that newer technology, suggest that along with the talent. You're just not saying, oh, you have to get into, start using analytics, you have to start using AI, machine learning, deep learning. You probably, if it's an edtech startup, edutech startup, where most of them are in from, let's say, physics, chemistry, math sort of a background, K-12, that is kindergarten to 12th standard, something like Byju's, and then you want to bring in the technology part and then a talent to be able to do the animation. So that is some advisory. That's first thing that an incubator would provide. Second, of course, the biggest and the most important stuff is actually market related stuff. So assistance to access to markets. I know an overlap between business and market. I would say what Professor Javed was talking about, your market research, if you don't do it right and you don't get the right things, you might land up failing in the fastest thing. So he was also talking about a team where when they look at the team of persons who are going to be the co-founders, you look at their ability to flexibility and their this thing to pivotability is one word that he has used. Pivoting is when you find certain idea not working and needs to change a bit here and there to make it workable. your readiness to change rather than emotionally getting attached to something and think that will work, though your research or your survey says it will not, is something that is the ability to, or your readiness to accept change is something that is there. So market perspective, market research, opportunity to network, being able to connect you with the investors, likely customers, clients, and other stuff. So that becomes again critical for the startup, and the incubation services should be able to provide that access. Assistance in marketing, it's basically again finding the right talent, and sometimes in your digital marketing or social, using your social media to take it to this thing. And then sometimes when you're doing export, and connecting to the export promotion councils and finding those agencies which will probably help you go present your product in international product conclaves and other stuff. So marketing assistance through different agencies, state government, central government run institutions, export promotion councils and other stuff. So third is strategic partnerships. So help in identifying or providing you access to strategic partners. I would probably give an example of one of the startups that I had co-founded along with a few others. It's called Interview Buddy. And there we had this initial market research done. This is basically a survey a startup which actually provides services in helping people face a mock interview. You can say a mock interview platform, but largely a mock interview platform. We provide platform as a service, but most of our revenues come from the mock interview stuff. So we provide industry experts with a similar set of experience for you to take an interview before you go for the real one. The interviews just not are only targeted for campus placements for freshers, which is job seekers, first-time job seekers, but job changers also. Or it is not only job. We also provide services like F1 visa preparation, somebody who going to the US consulate for a F1 visa, student visa. So that's not a job, it's for study. So, but that is also a service that is provided. But what we did when we first launched our service, we did a market research. And then in that market research, we found that students, we said we will launch it first B2C, direct business to customers. And the customers were first, target customers was students. And what happened, the students, yes, we launched it in 30 campuses, a big hangama and all that stuff. And we did not even have 20 registrations in the peak of campus recruitment time. Big failure. As soon as we launched, a market survey indicated that students are very willing to do, and it's critical. They're willing to pay, and they're ready to pay anywhere up to 1,500 rupees per an interview, which is recorded. It's on the cloud along with a report that tells you what you're good at and the rating, and a detailed text of what you're good at and what you need to improve upon. So all that stuff, they said 1,500. We launched it at 899, and then we said 1099. We reduced it to 899. Whatever we did, we could not even get 20 people to register, and we had sunk a lot of money in the first instance. Then we had to change. We had to, again, pivot. We then came to know that it is no point talking to the student, but to the who is interested to, it's the placements, the institution is more interested in the placement numbers more than the student. That's what we found in our other survey. Then we started changing our strategy from B2C to B2B. Then we pivoted, we created everything targeting the institutions. Then we sort of tasted success. So now for that specific startup to grow, what we need is strategic partnerships. There are other companies, there are a lot of other startups which are probably dealing with educational institutions. Now, for example, that startup, it's a student startup which we have co-founded. We strategized and helped it grow. And today it's about 4 years, now in the 5th year. But later we pivoted, we started tying up with Upgrad, Simply Learn, like e-learning platforms. So you take a course, at the end of that, you want to get yourself are you to know whether you're industry ready. It comes through them only. It comes through Edureka and all these platforms. In Interview Buddies at the back end. It's all white labeled, so you don't see Interview Buddy anywhere. So, but it is handled by Interview Buddy. So we then very recently we have tied up with the Monster to give these services. So these are, let's say if Naukri talk to me. In fact, Naukri, which is Info Edge, they're big investors. They invested, I think, in the recent IPO of Flipkart and other stuff. So they've got tons of money. They said, oh, once your turnover is at least 500,000, then come talk to us. So we are now at least 1 crore. We were last year we were at 60 lakh, though cash positive. So we're trying to hit that mark. But they said that's strategic partnership, because if you tie up with somebody like that who would invest with us and has a strategic alliance with those people, it becomes easy for us, because they themselves will take us to market and get us the growth numbers that we want. So these things is what, again, the incubation center should help you find. Of course, access to corporates and government agencies. Like one of the startups that through the AU Incubation Center, we are also, or like, for example, NASCOM Incubation Center that we have again set it up in Andhra University, part of the AU ecosystem. One of the startups that I have is in the IoT space, Internet of Things. So it helped us get access to Ministry of Health, and they wanted a specific device, 10,000 in numbers. We finished stage 1, stage 2 of discussion, but they helped us get that access. And probably if we win it, it's a 3 crore order, and that's big, a good order for us to have with a good margins and other stuff. So, but it is basically access. Then through the STPI thing that we are setting up again within the campus, they have come up with Chunauti 1 and Chunauti 2, which is again programs run through Startup India, where if you are part of it and you get finally selected, you would be funded, you would be getting a soft fund, which is 3% of interest per annum, about 30 lakhs, and an equity-based fund of about 25 lakhs. Then there are like that. So again, the IoT firm through NASCOM, we are pitching for an ONGC startup fund, which is for another 2 to 5 crores of fund. So this is what incubators help you find and then get you to apply and then help you during the process of business pitching and to have access to these large corporates. ONGC, of course, is the government. One of the startup in Vizag, again, through the AP Innovation Society, they had pitched GCRS and they got a fund from GAIL, Gas Authority of India, for about 2 crores. So this is what the incubation centers do. So financial, of course, we were talking about that. Access to bank loans, loan funds, and guarantee programs. Largely banks are something that I would avoid, because they are very still in the traditional old way of doing things. They need collaterals and other stuff, though unless there's a policy, just like agricultural funds, government says startup funds and so much has to be for startups and other stuff. MSME is there, but again, they're not, you have to give in your collaterals and a lot of other things to fund it. But there is again a good amount of, like for example, again, I was talking the same IoT firm. We had a very typical problem, a good problem to have. We have too good number of orders on hand, but do not have working capital. So we did not want to dilute. We still are in a stage of friends and family, and did not want to get dilute any more equity. So we were looking for fund. Of course, we went to the banks for overdraft and other stuff. They said project fund 16%, 14%. We wanted something in the single digit. That did not happen, and none of the banks were ready. And then they were also asking for collaterals, even if you have to bring it down to 12%, secure loans and all the stuff. So then we went to the new startups that have come up on the block, and they fund based on some concept called bill discounting. So I have invoices from these companies, large companies, which are large pharma companies, which have given us orders. And we take that and then give it to this thing. Based on that bill, they discount it and give you money. Like if the order value is, let's say, 50 lakhs, they will give you something like 30 lakhs worth of fund to be able to meet it. and at a percentage which is in single digit. So that's something that there are. But that again happened because the AU Incubation Center had that knowledge, and then it could give that input into the company, and they could go ahead and access that. Of course, every incubation center will have a group of angel investors or venture capitalists at a later stage. I know we've seen that life cycle and funding that Professor Javed has taken us through. I do not want to repeat that. So right at the early stage, after the friends and family, comes the angel to very early stage. We also seen Professor Javed talking about how there's growth or late growth stage where there's a lot of venture capitalists involved, but at the early stage and the growth stage, much of investments coming in, which is big thing that has to happen. So that is something that you will look at if the incubation center having access to those sort of funds is what, and all you as a startup, if you're coming in there, would look at it, and that could be one criteria which could attract you towards being part of a specific incubation center. Also, before I further move on, incubation centers it doesn't mean they are only set up by governmental institutions under DST like an IIM Vizag or Andhra University. There are private and public funded institutions which run these incubation centers. Even I'll talk about the governance and the structure of our incubation system. While it is part of Andhra University, but it's a company on its own. It's a Section 8 company for profit. It runs on its own while there are no equity partners. But there are other incubation centers all over the place, which are private incubation centers, starting from Y Combinator and others, which are privately held. It is for profit, and it's like it runs like a business with all these most of these services. Okay, so legal and compliance and intellectual property. So this is a support that things that most of the startups ignore and do not have an idea and need a lot of help. So a wrong contract could mean a lot of money lost, could mean that bankruptcy, a lot of issues, especially product startups. So having your patents on time, and then having the right agreements and compliance with respect to governmental norms, because if you are part of startup, again registering and become part of DIPP, Startup India program, so that you can take advantage of tax holiday in 10 years of your existence as a startup. You can take 3 continuous years of tax holiday. So that sort of information and ensuring compliance, which is again might not be directly by the incubator, but through retainer services, which is right from your start of your company, which is requires ROC registration, ensuring the name is not conflicting, which is ROC does that. So chartered accountant, company secretarial services, which would ensure that you're statutorily compliant with respect to registrations, GST, PF, ESI, you're talking about MSME registrations, all these things. For a very small fee, most of the incubators help you get that done. And ensure that you're filing your GST returns, your all that stuff, and then your final accounts, or you're filing all your stuff on time, and then that you're compliant, and tomorrow all your time is totally concentrated on doing business rather than running around these different departments, whether it's labor, whether it's GST or custom service tax, or any of these departments trying to close things or some gaps that you have created because of non-compliance issues. Then physical infrastructure, co-working space, of course, with good facilities and support, which is plug-and-play services, along with common facilities of conference room, discussion rooms, good cafeteria spaces and other things. And also space which has for events and meetups and other stuff. I think tomorrow Alok would talk about meetups because it becomes very critical for startups to share what they're doing, because you might find a strategic partner within your own what do you call it, in your own incubation center. T-Hub does that. So they do all these meetups so that people come and tell what they're doing and what they're looking for, and people can within collaborate. So there should be good enough space where you can hold these events. A mentor comes and a big guy comes and then talks. So today I know we are online, but in the physical world of things, people should be able to sit around like an open auditorium or an open house sort of a thing. So all this is something that an incubator provides. Of course, knowledge support and training. So this most of the startups or incubations run something called cohorts, 2-month, 3-month, 6-month cohorts, where they select a specific batch, put them under the course, get them to get trained day in, day out. Largely early stage, growth stage startups or early stage up to prototype MVP, get them to get ready and then position them in front of funding agencies. So they do all that stuff for a specific fee. So which covers everything, right from your business management, different aspects of business management, to technology and other things. I've not listed that, but training programs as to how to pitch, how to do a presentation, how to make a business plan, to how to do a lean canvas, to multiple things that are there that they would help and support mentorship and training. Of course, access to knowledge resources becomes critical. Knowledge resources could be being in the university. That becomes a big advantage for us. For us as an incubator in Vizag, because there are a huge amount of students who are ready to work as interns. So a lot of work excuse me, can be done by these interns, which you can outsource. Like, of course, see the advantage that I already have. I have 5 of my own team, which are actually MBA interns who are working with me. I have, today it's Hemant, tomorrow it's Harish, but day one Wali started, then Chandana, then Naveen. All these people are handling stuff for me. So I have the advantage of having interns who will help me work, do all my work. Otherwise, if it was I who have to handle alone all the stuff, it would mean at least I have to have at least 1 or 2 more people, which would mean again in the university scheme of things, getting an approval, getting a thing to get a funded resource. There are a lot of issues with respect to today getting a fund for a resource to be onboarded with a price. So student interns, which again the startups can take advantage of. Faculty. Third point is pretty critical, which like in management institutes can have labs which are ideation labs, but universities on the other hand, or specific sector vertical incubation centers, like the BioValley incubation, which has been set up in Vizag, we call it a AMTZ, which is AP Medtech Zone. There are high-end labs for your life sciences stuff. So in the university, again, you have labs. You have all the engineering-related labs. You have, again, a good computer science engineering center. Along with that, on the pharma side of things, then you have biosciences, life sciences. There could be a lot of things. And IP. Again, IP, as I said, there's an IPR chair, again, that got created. So IP support with either an external agency or within your institution. The incubation center provides that IP support. And of course, some sort of a digital library or a physical library within this thing, because startups probably need reference material which is related to startups, maybe a bit. Like I know, so as part of the feedback, also some of you people were asking if there are right books to read about startups and other stuff. It's like that. So keeping them ready and then making them part of the system helps people to refer things, which otherwise even specific journals, they might say Harvard Business Review and other stuff. So there might be specific journals or Entrepreneur as a magazine. So a few of those which could be useful, keep them as part of the whole system. So now comes the next big question: who is an incubator and who is an accelerator? Yesterday when I was talking to Varun, asking him to be a part of the panel, he says, I'm also an accelerator. It's a thin line between these two. Incubator, what is an incubator and what's an accelerator? Okay, maybe again we'll go back to our own example of a baby in an incubation space who is premature stuff. So this is premature to the stage where the baby is good enough to be taken out and be handed over to the mother to be part of the normal, regular environment. But from there, trying the baby's growth has to be maybe quicken the baby's growth. I don't mean giving steroids, but it's basically a support system where the immunity and everything are pretty good and the growth of the baby is normal or sometimes accelerated. That is, the difference probably from an incubator and accelerator. So right from your ideation stage to the stage at which you have you build your prototype, then you build your MVP, and then you just got into the market and you started making revenues and you're growing. That's where an incubator is. From the growth to the late stage of growth and then acceleration into the next levels of funding of Series A, Series B, and other stuff. Usually it's the accelerators who handle that. But that definition is a little bit, thin. Some people, though they call themselves a specific thing, they go all the other way. An incubator can do some accelerator work, and accelerator sometimes can get into a little bit of incubation. So as you see on the green part of that on the slide, which is the prerequisites, you need a business idea or a business plan for an incubator. Whereas for an accelerator, you already need an established business model or an MVP, which is making some revenue to start off with. So that's the big difference. Very early stage stuff is where an incubator gets involved. And from an incubator, largely people get into an accelerator. So support, incubator gives you office space, support with administrative, legal, compliance, and other stuff. Creating business plans, creating business pitches, prototyping, and product development, of course, through whether it's a physical product or a prototyping of a service. And probably sometimes seed fund, that's what I'm saying. But when it comes to an accelerator, seed funding is a part of it. Mentorship, again, can be part of the incubator. So that's why I'm saying there's a lot of overlap between those things. But largely accelerator is a lot of networking and market access, strategic partnerships to take you to the next level. So on the left side, if you say purpose, as I said, build the foundations, basically get the startups to be on their own and then get them to move is an incubator. Accelerator is to take them from a specific stage and get them to grow quick and fast is what a purpose of an accelerator. Duration, usually open-ended, but so they start of 0 to 3 years sort of a thing is where 0 to 1 to 3 years is where you're starting off, or -1, -2 also is which is where you have an idea and still thinking about the idea. It's when an incubator is involved, but an accelerator, it's because you've already grown, you've come a certain stage. Usually, it's like a cohort. It is a very set time frame, 3 to 4 months to 6 months, and you start pitching at the end of the whole thing to investors. You make this thing, and accelerators make money by not much by charging you for the cohort. Sometimes it's free. But after post cohort, so it's by invite. Again, your by selection is your part of that cohort, and end of the cohort of a training module, you are pitching to investors positioned by the accelerator, and whatever the money fund that you as a startup get, you have to give the accelerator a finder fee, usually between 1 to 4% goes to the accelerator. So you're getting somebody, you again fund, you're giving about anywhere between $100,000 to $400,000 to the accelerator as a fee. Investment incubator usually don't provide capital or don't take equity, which is what Andhra University is doing now. We help you guide towards this thing, but we do not fund it ourselves or do not take any equity, but just more like a co-working and mentoring and other things that we do. And sometimes, yes, we as a university are trying to create a fund, like what the government of India has declared 10,000 crores, but some fund or through other organizations or like our alumni network and other local angel networks and other stuff, we try and this thing. But accelerators, that's a part of the story. Finally, some of them invest, some of them get people. Getting them an investment is what keeps the accelerator successful and run in the long run. So at Andhra University, okay, AU, the reason I'm talking what the acronym AU stands for is because first time I faced people and outside the state and they said, I'm from CEO AU incubation. Oh, Annamalai? No. Anna University? No. So yeah, then Alagappa? No. So I had to tell Andhra University. So because I was in Chennai. So of course, so now I say at AU here means Andhra University. So incubators, like the duration you're saying, right? You've talked about all these things. So AU is taking a hybrid sort of a model. The source is at the bottom is given. It is Harvard Business Review. So this is where. So we have taken that hybrid model, which one of the US-based incubation centers, it's called InnovSpace, is into. So we're talking anywhere of taking a startup from 3 months to 2 years, but here we have talked about before they graduate, we're going to incubate them for 3 years. Cohorts, we could have them or we could not, but the initial 1 year until we have some level of maturity, then we will do some cohorts. But I've tied up with T-Hub because why reinvent the wheel? Because they have the content, they have the mentors, they have the people who can deliver, they have the funding team. So I would, somebody who's doing good, I would recommend it, then send it for cohort to, which is for the little bit of acceleration stuff. I will grow it and take it to when it comes to the stage where it is ready for acceleration, I would send them to T-Hub and T-Hub would take it from there, do the training and then help them find investor and whatever the fund that gets invested, T-Hub and myself will make a split. So again, strategic partner for me as a startup, I consider AU Incubation Center as a startup itself. So my strategic partnership is with T-Hub because to have a funding time, to be able to identify venture capitalists, handle them, host them, and all that stuff, you would need at least 2-3 good people whose salary is at least 30-40 lakhs per month, means 1 crore of investment per annum, which I don't have that money. So rather than me trying to recreate what T-Hub has, I talked to MSR, who is the CEO of, and Sriram, who is the ecosystems vice president. Both of them have agreed and we will be getting into an MOU where once we go at the end of our incubation, once it's ready for acceleration, it goes to T-Hub and we share the founders fee. So incubators largely live on rent. Of course we do. Angel investors on investment, as I talked to you. Accelerators on investment. But there are also certain accelerators, social accelerators, which do not have are not for profit but are funded. But largely I'm talking about large components are investment based, which is so the business model can be investment, can also be so we are talking about as of now we also want to start off as an incubator, rent, not for profit, but later we would probably see if we can get into, if we create a fund, whether it's alumni, whether it is this thing, into an investment mode. Then you're talking about what sort of ventures we will get into our incubation center. It is basically early or late stage. So we are largely thinking of very early stage startups and a little bit of growth stage startups, because that would help us also get some rental fund that would be able from which we can self-sustain. Okay. The other things, it's largely on-site, but we will also have virtual incubation mentors, of course. We would have some staff which would do some mentoring, which includes me as an investor, as an angel investor, as a this thing, and some level of what do you call it? Mentorship within the staff as well as external mentors. And of course, education, yes, programs like this, we do right from awareness to different types of programs, and we connect with different agencies and also help the startups that are part of it. Like we cross the T-Hub has a program, or IIT Madras has a program. So, and we do a program, they attend, they do a program, we attend. So it's cross leveraging things across this thing. So that's the model. Now this slide, this you've seen probably, that model was projected by Dr. Divya. Dr. Divya, which is basically sort of the top model of where ideating up to establishing stuff. So formation, validation, and growth stage. Up to somewhere between 1 and 2, where you cross the valley of death, valley of death is where I think you've seen it in the slides. Even Professor Javed was talking about valley of death, which you saw that, which means that is the stage where a startup can go bankrupt or go out of business. So once you're out of that, you're started making money and likely to grow further, and it's easy. So by the time it's out of the valley of death and it's making positive, which is that red line that you see, right? It's start making positive, that it's going towards higher than that baseline that you're talking of. You're growing and you're making profits. That's when it's handed over to an accelerator. So incubation center at AU. So we are still in that juncture of question mark. While we'll be an incubator, we will also slowly get into the growth stage and then also become an accelerator for this region. So that's the hybrid model that we're talking of. So these are stuff that I think Professor Javed has already talked of. I'll not try and recreate that. I've talked about it. There are focus and thrust areas. So the specific sectors that you want to be in. AU, we are talking of next gen technologies, which could be, I listed down AI, artificial intelligence, AR, VR, yeah, you're talking IoT, then machine learning. Sector agnostic, it could be any sector, but next gen technologies applicable, even could be digitalizing supply chains for tribal organic products and other stuff. So it's focus and thrust areas.
Sorry to interrupt, like Abhishek has raised his hand.
Yeah. Yeah, Abhishek, you want to ask something? Yeah, just mute. Okay. So then there's a physical infrastructure we talked of, strategic partnerships, mentor network, market access, has to do a lot of events, workshops, and sessions, provide access to seed capital or fund from different sources, corporate, DST, government, whatnot. So access to prototype and domain-specific infra, which is labs and other stuff, where you can go ahead and test your prototype, your products, and test them out. And of course, retainer services, service providers like compliance, legal, IPR services, and other things. Yeah, AU, we had something before we got into the incubation center. I think most of the education institutions would face that, which is called an E-cell, entrepreneurship cell. So we're merging both of them under one, this thing, and then so that there's nothing like an additional entrepreneurship cell that runs in. And we have now again confusion because Andhra University has about 7 colleges within. There's a pharma, there is a science, arts, science, arts, management, there's engineering, there is law, there is, yeah. So there are multiple colleges within. And all these, again, there's engineering college in the main campus, there's a women's engineering college. So, and each one probably has its own incubation center or its own e-cell as part of its reporting to AICTE and other stuff. So, but we are now getting all of them under one, and largely taking advantage of the great big alumni network, because 95-year-old institution. And then, of course, my idea is to get funds and as well as mentor support and get them, or reverse migration. I've reverse migrated from the US and started something in Vizag. If somebody's like that, I would like to probably take advantage, invite them and get them to start up from this plan. So, of course, then business plan competition, hackathons, exhibits, demo days, of boot camps, and also because today, as I said, national education policy along with the startup policy, academic credits for doing work in the as an intern in the or as a startup in the incubation center can be counted, and we provide the requisite documentation back to the institution saying that these people were a year off from their study, they've come, they tried this, and this person has gone back and now trying to complete his academic stuff. So all that stuff within the same institution. Now getting to the vision, AU Incubation Center. Okay, basically providing an environment where the knowledge and creativity or innovation into creation of successful entrepreneurs for growth of local and economy and create employment. Then governance, this is one big question that comes up, especially a part of an educational institution, a governmental run stuff. So yes, we are going to create a separate not-for-profit entity, Section 8 company, but now we are contemplating a Section 8 company for profit. Still, the money gets reinvested in it, but it could be for profit because we want to create some fund that can be utilized for other things. So that's still in the final stages, and hopefully we'll go for a Section 8 company, but for profit. It will have a board governing and an advisory, which will be, of course, from academia, industry, entrepreneurs, investors, mentors, and others who have the right mix, full-time employees. Hopefully, as of now, I'm the only guy handling all this stuff, and there is a defined criteria to evaluate people who apply to become a startup, and then based on that selection and then incubation and continuous monitoring of their progress. They have to provide data from time to time to ensure and for us to keep track of whether the startup is on the right track or not. Timeline for incubation to graduation, as I said, 3 years is max. But it's not that somebody who's become redundant and sort of the startup not non-performing sort of a startup. So where they are not being able to go to the next level, getting them to exit early and then maybe start up something else or go and give that space to somebody else. So that is also there. So there is every 3 months to 6 months, initially 3 plus 3 months of evaluation criteria, and after that maybe at 6 months, once in 6 months we evaluate, and if some startups has to be asked to let go, we will suggest them to exit so that they don't waste more money, and also the space which is comes at a lower cost and there's a lot of demand for it can be given to some more deserving startup. They can come back with a new startup idea and then also come back as a new process. And all this with the objective of having a self-sustained revenue generating model. End of the month, I don't want to go stand in front of my vice chancellor or my registrar and say, sir, I need you to sign this check because I have to pay so and so much. So it would be a self-sustained revenue generating model based incubation center. So operating model, of course, we talked about the ideating to the establishing or the formation to the growth stage stuff, but pre-incubation, incubation, a little bit of acceleration. We will have infrastructure support, technical or technological support, financial, mentoring, coaching, access to business networks. We have already tied up with media partners for visibility, and of course online digital marketing team that would provide some online visibility, and retainer services for IPR, financial services, which is chartered accounting, company secretarial, and other stuff. As we go move upwards and we start maturing, value-added services, which is the left bottom corner, joint technology development services with the faculty, if it's engineering, pharma, life sciences, any of these stuff, then product development, product or service development support from the labs and the faculty, getting involved, marketing, go to launch strategy service, which we are going to do it in collaboration with our own management studies and IIM team. Then preparation for Series A, Series B institutional or other institutional services, or probably a bridge fund and other stuff. Again, through partner, this thing where I'm now talking about T-Hub being the partner. Bank lending services, of course, we'll have banks, but if somebody wants to take that route as a easier one or a more difficult route of, in fact, banking is now. And credit or risk assessment services also with the partner and being able to do these value-added services. This is all based on partnership, but not creating my own team or system within the thing. So it is through partnership you have to, because I don't want to reinvent the wheel and spend money for that. This is largely the structure as of now. There is a governing and advisory body, but the management team as such, and the only guy who's the CEO. Down below, we still not have that team because physically the infrastructure will be ready in about a month and a half. As of now, we are incubating startups virtually, and then soon we would get into the physical mode. So partnerships are already there, of course, with the central and state government and industry bodies, which is, as I told, the ITA Association of Andhra Pradesh, then CII, NASSCOM. We already have those, and we have got NASSCOM already set up their Center of Excellence for artificial intelligence and IoT within the campus. They already have their own 13. They have a 50-seat incubation space, and only they incubate growth stage startups in that space. So early stage in that AI IoT space will still be under Andhra University. And once they go to growth stage in that space, I hand it over to NASSCOM, from where they will take it. So my own startup, which is in the growth phase, is under NASSCOM, but not, already migrating from the Andhra University to the NASSCOM Center of Excellence for AI and IoT. So strategic tie-ups, of course, we have TIAP, which I talked of. ALCO partners, most of the speakers yesterday, Srinivas, Deepak, they're all part of that angel investment firm. I'm also part of it. I also am an angel investor, invested a few crores into the startups that I'm talking of, which I'm as an individual. Then branding, we have media and online and print partners with which we already have strategic tie-ups to take our this thing. In fact, this program that initial first day, we have a press note and then sent it out, and then it's part. I'm just telling that's a small thing, but I know, but still that's also part of the media and our online digital marketing stuff. So investors, yes, we have quite a good number of seed, early stage start angel funds. That's where we are there. Of course, we have Union Bank and a few banks, who ICICI, HDFC, who also are tying up, and they would come and want to make some pitches, and we probably would make Yes Bank our partner, startup partner, where they are going to do some series and then fund a little bit of stuff. So of course, you're going to take some advantage of that. And there are also corporate which are interested and are also tied up, which will be part of business pitch. And they're also probably going, some of them I'm talking to will be sending their own employees who would be part of their employee list, but are into entrepreneurship. There are employees who are into innovation within their own organization, and companies investing on their behalf to create this thing, where the company and that person might have 10-20% holding in the company, but the rest is held by the company that they're currently working with, and the companies which are promoting entrepreneurship. So they would be also funding for that. And the service providers, of course, finance, legal, patent, compliance, we talked of that. These are the guidelines, general terms and conditions under which the startup will be, policy sort of a thing, will be operating under, policy procedures, then confidentiality, non-disclosure, conflict of interest related policies, guidelines for mentors and mentees, because anything can happen between anywhere, and then you as an incubation manager or a center head do not want to face issues. And then guidelines also. These are guidelines, but there is also some signing. A mentor, when he comes in and then he signs, no mentor can force a startup to give them advisory, equity for advisory, and it's a mutual two-way stuff. And we are involved in between. If they try and do something on their own, then it is at their own risk. Guides for seed support and funding agencies, guidelines also are created. So largely general guidelines. A startup is handled for 3 years. We are talking year on year or 6 months renewal based on performance. Early stage, growth stage startups, both regular and virtual mode. Incubation, to be part of the incubation center, it's both internal and external review, and then shortlisting. There will be an incubation agreement, rental agreement, expected that the company once comes in, if it's a very early stage, that within 3 months they do their registration. They have a founders agreement and non-disclosure and confidentiality agreement also in place. Rent is determined based on per seat basis. Of course, we are planning for student and early stage startups, students and faculty startups, and part of the system for 6 months free rental, but the others it is 2,500 rupees per seat per month, which compared, I don't want to compare, but I have to probably just my own partner, T-Hub, charges a minimum of somewhere around 7,000 to 10,000 rupees per month. I know probably you can get a little bit of better exposure there, but they're more growth stage. But here, this is basically this money, as I said, is for self-sustenance and to be able to provide good housekeeping, security, all other services, air-conditioned cafeteria with the good food and a good conferencing and other facilities for the good uninterrupted power, good high-speed internet and other stuff. So they're paying for that. So it's not for somebody to. So the infrastructure is taken care by the university. No, we're not trying to remake that money. Two is we are not trying to remake we're not trying to charge the startups for the salary cost, which is also going to be funded. As of now, we do not have any funding agency that's funding us, external funding agency. Like all the funds are from RUSA for the infrastructure. For me as a person, individual, but the rest we've still not. We applied for, and we very recently applied for TBI, then BioNest and a few others. If that comes in, then probably we will manage through that. Otherwise, from universities' internal funds. Maximum of 20 seats, we've gone up to 20 seats per startup, and then maximum space per startup is about 1,500 SFT. If they want a space where they want to set up their own lab and internally they want to do it themselves, it's per SFT and up to a maximum of 1,500 SFT. So commitment is for a year, and then it is on a yearly renewal basis. Rent agreements and all that would be there, and any increase based on the costs will not be substantial too, and it will be while it will be the discretion of the center or the CEO of the incubation center, but it will be a collective decision. So this is all guidelines, again, commitment from the incubator, what we will give, as I said, space, utilities, IT support, advisory, mentoring, this will be all committed as part of this thing. Business networking and branding and access to the ecosystem, which is labs, faculty, students, library, all that stuff. So this is all we talked about. I don't want to. Utilities, of course, electricity, water, housekeeping, security, drinking water, and all that is, of course, our responsibility. Again, commitment from the startup. I know a little bit of repetition what Professor Javed was talking about. So using of the services in space diligently and responsibly, they are responsible. They have to adhere to the terms and conditions. And here, the way in which we are asking is commit to Andhra University that 20% of the team size, if somebody is picking up 20 seats, so every year they have to pick up 4 interns from the campus, from the university, or 300 odd affiliated colleges. So there's a huge, I think 1.6 lakh student community that you have. From that, you will have to pick those people and give them internship. So 20% of the team. Then a little bit of commitment to quarterly mentorship, because or your little bit of hours of experience sharing. So not much, 2 to 4 hours in a month, in a quarter, so that students understand that, and it's to the students and the other startups that who come in there, so that they are committing to some level of this thing, which we can use and might not use. Have to co-brand AU Incubation Center at events and attend to sessions, events and meetups set up in the startup. So yeah, certain level of, though we say without fail, but I think this is something that we can, there has to be pull more than a push. We cannot do it like in a classroom, like a student, force them to sit. So I think I will probably not agree to this and take it off from the guideline. They can attend, they want to, if it's interesting. If they're not, I would say it's okay. If you don't attend, that's okay, because this doesn't relate to you or it doesn't interest you. They have to provide monthly data in a format that we would provide, because that's important for us to also project as to where and what's happening with the startup. And they are to be ready to be assessed on a yearly or half-yearly basis for renewal of contract, and accept the terms and conditions. This is policy and procedure related for incubation. So eligibility criteria, admission process, use of the resources, assets, and IP, because there could be some IP within the university that you want to use IP from other sources, incubation seed support, assessments, periodic assessments, information submission of data that has to be submitted, tenure, exit clause, if they would want to, or we would want them to exit for non-performance or exit on graduation. It could be both ways, or halfway through they think they are mature enough, they found a good space, they want to exit, we would have an exit clause where they can exit happily. More than happy to get them off the ground and into bigger things. Conflict of interest, confidentiality, all these are legal things, disclaimer agreement stuff. Mentors and mentees, of course, again, guidelines, eligibility, what is the onboarding process for a mentor, their availability, what sort of they should maintain professional relationship with mentees, maintain confidentiality. Of course, it becomes the mentee also to get that confidentiality agreement if they are giving some patented out stuff to the mentors. Conflict of interest, remuneration between the mentor-mentee stuff. Not the university would not pay them anything, but it is, or the incubation center would not. But it's, if they're taking a equity-based remuneration or a month-on-month remuneration, that also, what is the guidelines for that? Suddenly change of status from a mentor into an investor or something like that, or a discontinuation would have to be intimated. So that is for mentors. Mentees need to be clear as to what they need, their responsibility, their availability when the mentor comes in, relationship that they have to maintain has to be highly professional with the mentor, maintaining confidentiality, again, no conflict of interest, or they have to get into a conflict of interest agreement with the mentor, and this type of remuneration they would want to provide to the mentor, zero to something that they would want to provide. And again, change of status and discontinuation of a mentor from a mentee or a startup perspective. Where we are quickly, Jan 2021 is where we started with an IPR chair and the incubation activity. We built the building, 5 floors. Meanwhile, got the NASCOM, Andhra University AI IoT Center, a 22 crore investment with an IoT lab, 40-seater. I think now we've been able to fit in near 50-seater co-working space with a lab. We would have the phase 1 of the AU Incubation Center with 144 seats, 2 floors, and 3 R&D centers, or 3 companies who can set up their own R&D places. So that in January. Along with that, we are also starting off a marine incubation center, which is both the skill development and incubation center, funded by Avanti Seeds. So it's an Avanti Andhra University Marine Incubation Center, 20,000 SFT space there, which is house people inside, including not just this thing. They don't only incubate, but even the skill development part, people are given three weeks to 4 weeks of training, and they are housed within that campus. They have dormitories to stay, they have food, and everything is provided there. So that's a thing that January, both of these would take off. April, we'll have the phase 2 ready. We'll add another 300 seater co-working space. So 5 floors operational. In December this next year, we're likely to have the STPI AU Incubation Center. Land has been identified. CPWD is working on that. Once the construction starts, they are going to build 65,000 SFT, which is probably around 50,000 SFT of carpet space, at least a 750 seater per shift. So we're talking about a lack of SFT in about by 2025. I think we will cross that by 2022 end itself, because we've already identifying a BioNest. We have one more R&D center, which is 60,000 SFT, which we are planning to tie up with a pharma company to run it commercially viable with a central, testing facilities for food tech, drug testing, and genomics. So that's again coming up for a 60,000 SFT, 25,000 SFT of that, 20,000 of Avanti, this thing, AU Marine, STPI with another 70,000. We probably will hit the 2 lakh mark by end of 2022. So though I'm talking 1 lakh out here. So we're talking about 175 to 200 startups graduated in the next 4 to 5 years, 100, 125 commercial patents with commercial launches of around 75 to 100. So we're talking about training about 2,000 people in entrepreneurship, and then provide about 2,000 to 2,500 direct employment within the campus. And import substitution, which we can call it as export also, is about 60 to 70 million from this space. So as of now, we have 4 of them. NASCOM stuff, which is down right bottom corner, which is already there. STPI is in progress. They have to start the construction. AU Incubation Center, I know 2 phases, January and April. Avanti again is starting off in January. So these are the ecosystem that we have, but we are going to add the BioNest, then we are going to add the R&D center, then probably again in the management studies, we are building another student startup, small, the 25,000 will be along with the STPI, and the NASCOM will be the hub, or let's say 25,000 AU Incubation Center in the engineering campus could be the main incubation center, and there will be small spokes. That's the hub. In the management studies, we're planning one. We have already tied up with a few startup which has picked up space in the zoology department, by life sciences, this thing. Then we are talking about incubation, small incubation, student related incubation centers in the engineering college, both on the women and the common on the main campus stuff. So there are going to be a lot of small, I would say 1,500, 2,000 SFT space incubation hub spokes connected to the hub. So a plan is to be incubation hub for the north coastal Andhra, largely Visakhapatnam, Vijayanagaram, and Srikakulam, but probably depending upon, we already have some institutions there. If there's an Atal institution, which would already, maybe some institution which is Adinanaya, which they want to get into this, or NIT, Thadepalligudam, which is NIT AP, wants to take that area, we would, East Godavari can be handled by them. But very recently, NIT AP came to us, the registrar was talking to me, and they wanted help in setting up their incubation center. So probably we would also take the 4th district of East Godavari and handle educational institutions and others to be the hub, probably tie up with IM Vizag and handle these 4 districts as an incubation or an innovation hub. So this is the picture of the incubation center, which is, now maybe it will change because this is just the architect's view, but it might completely change. This is our initial design, but we are changing those designs, and it might appear different. So the focus areas, I think AI, ML, IoT, AR, VR, data analytics, fintech, HR tech, edutech, supply chain and logistics, manufacturing, industrial automation and manufacturing, retail, e-commerce, pharma, marine, rural tribal supply chain, again, big thing out here, and talent, skill development and e-learning. So this is where our focus areas are. Each one of them, like again, now you see NASCOM, AU Center of Excellence. Their focus area is IoT, AI, data science, big data, AR, VR, machine learning, robotics. This is a 5,000 SFT. Those are the pictures, real pictures. It's already operational. There are 13 startups. Just got, what do you call it? Minister of IT, state government, and we have Minister of State for Entrepreneurship from the center opening it about a week back. So this is already operational. Then STPI AU Incubation Center, it's still that building is starting from scratch. Probably take a year and a half. Though I said December 22, I would say June 23. This is again a likely design, but if not, it's not the final. Again, they are also into new gen technologies, adding to what we already do: 3D printing, supercomputing, cloud, telehealth, MEMS, and nanotechnology. So this is about 60,000 SFT. Yeah. Then yeah, this is also ready for operation. It's probably will be inaugurated in Jan-Feb, start of Feb, and 12,000 SFT. I'm sorry, I said 20,000. This got both cohort space, which is training, a living area, and as R&D lab. This is largely in the area of pond management, fish or shrimp feed, hatchery, and disease diagnosis and processing. They will take advantage of the AU Incubation Center in the AI image processing areas. Okay, this I talked of. So with that I'm done. I'm now open for questions. Thank you. Okay. No questions. Maybe hungry and ready for lunch. Maybe one question from my side. Any of the faculty members on this who are likely to be part of an incubation or e-cell in their own campuses, and they have some experiences to share, they are in the very early stage trying to do something or already part of the system. I know some people did register saying part of EDP or entrepreneurship in development program in their campuses. So I would also love to hear them share their thoughts on this. Dr. Ravichandran, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Fine, sir. Very nice presentation.
Yes, sir. Solunga, sir. We're waiting for you to talk.
Okay, sir. Okay. Yeah, actually, very useful information, informative session. Just now we started only entrepreneurship development cell only.
Okay.
Entrepreneurship development cell. We have the idea to start incubation center. But our college has the own incubation center is there, but
Okay.
Not like you.
We are starting. We are
this is own funded.
Yeah. Same. We are also funding
Own funded in memory of our late vice chairman.
Okay.
Vice chairman Hindu vice chairman Vidya Gogul ma'am. So we actually provided some seed fund to our students.
Oh, excellent.
Suppose the product is viable, then we will provide the fund.
Oh,
this is a small initiative. Likewise, we are promoting entrepreneurship skill to our students. We are conducting regularly program for entrepreneurship program, awareness camp. We are getting fund from DST and Anna University and EDI Tamil Nadu.
Wow.
Likely, some support, we will get some support.
Give us also some money, sir.
Actually, yes, sir, very little bit like you, not like you. I saw your picture and everything. Your corpus will be.
No,
okay.
Because came from industry, always trying to do big things. I don't know how far we'll be successful, but
actually, I am also very cooperative and have signed the MOU with a lot of industries, sir, in Coimbatore.
Oh, very good.
Through our EDC cell, we have signed more than 150 companies.
Wow, very good, sir.
Actually, I go bring the resource person from the industries and talk to them and he share his experience and motivating our students to become an entrepreneur.
Oh, you
Regularly,
are Coimbatore is the MSME capital of the South India, sir.
yeah,
So
yeah,
you are
yes,
in a
yes,
great
yes.
place. Where else can you get great mentors?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I invite you, sir. I request you please visit our
Oh
college.
yes, very more than happy to be visiting. I've been to IIT Madras. I continuously go there to the research park because
Okay.
my yeah. So
Actually, our college is autonomous college. I got a NAB and NBA grade. It's a ex-minister college.
okay.
Ex-minister college.
Oh,
It
okay.
is a Kalanyar Karunanidhi college. It's a former prime minister name.
Ah,
Okay, sir. Welcome, sir. Thank you for very nice presentation. You are sharing your experience. It is useful for all professors. Definitely, it will be helpful, sir. Thank you,
so
sir.
thank you, sir. Any
Thank
help? More than happy to help, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
yes, sir.
Thank
Thank you.
thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other questions, please?
Sir, Venki Patnaik has some questions.
Oh yeah, please go ahead.
Ravi Garu,
Yes.
can you recognize me? I am Professor Patnaik from Bolay College.
Oh yes, sir. How are you, sir?
Mainly, it is to compliment you, yaar. Your beautiful presentation. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Is a continuous talk. You know, it had been a long time that I met you. Some after used to visit our Bolay College. You know, many
Yes,
times.
I used to. And when I was in next campus, and I was Tech
Yeah,
Mahindra, I
Mahendra.
used to even recruit from your campus.
Yeah,
We were next,
absolutely.
we were
Yeah,
neighbors there.
yeah,
Yeah, but
absolutely neighbors. Yeah,
yes.
and also I met you a couple of times in Professor Sachara cabin. I think when.
Yes, Professor R. Satya Rao is retired now. HR professor.
And
Yes.
I'm happy, Ravi Garu. You have beautiful presentation, and you've grown up beyond my expectations. And then we look forward, to work together.
Yes, of course,
I'm
sir.
heading ISCO Center in Bolay College as a director.
Oh, yes, sir.
But we are at very, very, very initial stage.
Okay.
You know very well that our college is very humble start there.
Yes, sir.
From root, there are a lot of changes should take place. To see some tangible progress. See. Your talk is really very encouraging, very informative. Is my
Yes, sir.
compliments.
Suggestion is you don't just have a small e-cell or something. Don't invest a lot of money into creating something. I know you're more degree and PG college. You also encourage engineering. As part of AICT norms, you can set up a small center. But with respect to, just like when I'm going to a stage beyond what I can manage, like funding and other stuff, I'm going to T-Hub because they are here from the last 10 years. They know what to do. And I don't want to reinvent what they already have. Waste of money. I'm not trying to compete with them. If they're able to, I'm saying, if you find something and you get the fund, you take, if its finder's fee is 2%, I'll take 1%, you take 1%.
Yeah,
Something like that.
something like that, yeah.
And a similar this thing, when you get ideas and all that, rather than having your own mentors and all that stuff, because we are again both in the same city. So why try and compete? That's what I was actually talking to the Niti Ayog vice chairman. So we'll be more than happy if we will have, we are planning to have Friday afternoons as open mentor discussion forums where students can just walk into the AU incubation center. Students, forget students, citizens, anybody who has an idea can walk in. Afternoons of Friday, they can come in, they can sit and then discuss their ideas. People will validate, ask them to probably do some more homework and then come back and all that stuff. Yeah. So we can, you can become that probably the spoke where you are connected with AU, Andhra University Incubation, as well as IIM Vizag Incubation Center.
Yeah. Good. Nice talking to you, Ravi Garu. We are facing, we are asking ISC Center, that is incubation, entrepreneurship incubation startup center, but we are facing it, as a big task, to inculcate that entrepreneurship culture among students.
Yes.
Mainly our colleges, very well,
correct.
Which associated with us and all. Of course, COVID may not be a big
even post-COVID, sir. I think you're very, what do you call it, pressurized and scheduled semester, scheduled timeline driven. You do not have time for other things.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Actually, now midterm is going on. Actually, I have 2 coordinators for this center. They are all posted in the midterm as invigilators, and
Right.
I am alone really attending to you. And of course, I asked one of my coordinator also to
No
do
problem,
such
sir. This is recorded and
recorded. Yeah.
so
As
you can
VC
anytime
said
give
rightly,
it.
VC said that in his inaugural session, he said it should be recorded and should be shared to the students who won't be available to participate in
Yes,
the
yes,
meet.
yes.
Yours is Javed sir also, and I met him twice. He's also very good. He's a washer. His knowledge is,
Yes, 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 extremely. Yes.
and others also. And one more thing, my best compliments to you is, as VC said rightly, you selected a beautiful speakers with resource guys and all, having a lot of information and good exposure. It's a nice thing, Ravi garu.
Thank you, sir. We are in fact coming with, this is the elementary program.
Yeah,
We
very
have,
elementary.
we are doing an advanced program in February, the same, and maybe new speakers and some might come back again. But that will be much bigger. Okay, same 5-day, but much bigger advanced level program from the 14th to 18th of February, again through the Atal Academy. So that's the advanced program, sir.
So, Ravi garu, before I conclude, just I want to put before you few my thoughts that, from ground level, if you want to, inculcate this culture, some incentive measures by government or maybe from universities and all, students, even for the institutions and corporate colleges, they should come forward saying that you come and join, we'll produce at least one entrepreneur in a year, something like that. Like, unlike, 100% placements and all, they should also come saying
correct,
that they should come, you are arranging and organizing such a beautiful meets, we are all attending, this is all very good. We are enjoying the talk and all. Actually, when it comes to the productivity level, how it takes a shape at the end, that is still doubtful, because the change should come from ground level, that is the student level, the minds, young minds.
Yes.
That the budding engineers or even science graduates, unless we motivate them, whatever meetings we do, whatever seminars we conduct, the output may not be so tangible, Ravi garu.
Yes.
So that in that direction, let us also work out. It should come in a big way, not that just introducing one or their guidance, technical guidance or financial support, and what are the gateways available for them. And yes, people with industrial background, with industry backdrop, we need not bother. As a family legacy, they will take it up. But we should ignite this spark in the minds of young engineers and science graduates, that how the life will be if you try your hand on these lines also. So for that, we should encourage them, you see, with incentive supports and some introducing some other, introducing in our curriculum itself, in some other speaker, I was talking to her also, and she also said that like maths and science, how we are introducing for engineering and PG as in first semester as a startup like thing, even this entrepreneurship syllabus also slightly one subject. In MBA, there is one small chapter is there, but you should have some, some grades and some add-on value and all. These changes we should implant in the starting stage itself. When by that time they pass out of the colleges, their mindset setup will be different, Ravi garu. They go for some employment. They go for some. So we should mandel their minds in the beginning itself, in the first year of their graduation or engineering itself, slowly, so that the result will not find overnight. Definitely, it will take a long way. You see, to see that even after we retire, maybe our success may come and do something and all. But unless we should make a start somewhere. We should make a start somewhere. And happy I am that you are there as a CEO for Incubation Center. So I'm there. You can call me anytime. I also will try to see you. Where is your office situated, Ravi?
I'm currently sitting in the AU Computer Science department. Sir. I'm also teaching. I teach for a little bit in computer science, lead the School of Business also. They give me projects and all that are given to me. But largely, I think I'll be taken off from that once we start up the incubation center.
Please,
Sir,
please,
but just to answer to your this thing,
tell me.
awareness sessions is one thing, but that's not also, again, people come listen and then go.
Yeah.
But that's a little bit of motivation for them. But what happens is, just like I'll relate it to an example. When India wins a big medal in some sport, that sport becomes a thing. Like cricket, something big happens, then you'll find more people playing and getting motivated to be part of that. Like that, the idea is we will do that, where we bring in successful, because though IIC says that we successful entrepreneurs who made it big, people love to run after success.
Absolutely.
So if you or me, grey-haired people talk, people will not listen. These young minds, like one of the startup that usually when I do my entrepreneurship awareness session, I take this guy who is a 2015 mechanical engineering pass out, who's in a startup into which we have invested. That guy did not join the job he got. That guy did not take he left his MS program in Germany halfway through and went through the startup. 5 years now.
Yeah,
He's
such people.
crore plus and all that stuff. But he for all these 5 years, he struggled. He did not even have 10,000 rupees per month as salary. Now probably 20,000 rupees, but his valuation is pretty high. So these sort of people, we put them in front of this thing and say, if you do short-term, sacrifices, long-term, you might have a And second thing, I think for most of the professors and people on the call, I as a person who picks up people from colleges or as a recruiter, if you're talking to people, I've come to a college for recruitment. If there's a guy who has tried startup, struggled with it for a year or so, and then could not win, but failed, I will give him a job, because those are the guys who have really seen in and out of business, or whether it's business management or any other stuff. They know it. I like those. And second thing, I'll also tell you one more secret. We are struggling to get a lot of funds from big funding agency, because they said, you have still not yet failed. They like failure, people who fail and come the second time, third time. They think that these are the people who know what it is to fail and what not to do, more than what to do. So let's do it in a different way, not these classroom sessions, these credit courses and all that might not help much. We will bring those success stories into the best to play these things. Of course, Shark Tank sort of sessions and your story, which one of the slides which even Professor Javed was talking of is from your story, which is basically it's a platform where all these success stories are taken and written. So we get I know Shraddha Sharma there from your story. So get a few of those startup guys to come and talk. Make these collectively, all these colleges, people who are interested in entrepreneurship, put them together, get them to hear these stories, and then that motivates them to get into that's the entrepreneurship. It's just like motivating people to get into a specific, like astrophysics.
Something like that. You
people hear to Stephen Hawking and suddenly say, I'll go to astrophysics. Something like that. So this is something that we'll have to motivate.
Same line. We are also same line of thinking and all.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Nice talking to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Patnaik. Sir, is Chakri still with you? Only
he's now professor. Normally, we often talk about you that he is now the principal.
Okay, sure, sir.
Principal,
we'll do a lot of things together, sir.
Do visit sometime. He is your colleague, I think.
Yes, we studied together and then
together.
We
he told me. Actually, when I took over as the director for risk, he said that our Ravi Ishwarpi is now CEO in incubation center. Because I know you very well. I mean, you used to come for recruitment and for other. Someone we tied up also some few things and all. We used to change, you were in STP also for some time, Dubai and all, no?
I worked along with them. See, because I was the president of the IT Association of Andhra Pradesh.
You changed your platforms, that is the way to grow faster, vertically.
Thank you.
Nice thing. You landed finally in a good area. Hopefully that you will be much useful for youngsters.
Yes, yes. It's
Makes
now
all
into
sense.
community development, sort of
Yeah,
trying to
community
do some.
development.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
nice talking
yes.
to you, Ravi. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Any more questions? I know we have.
Yeah, please give opportunity to others.
Others, yes, yes. No, we have. Tomorrow there's also one full session that
Yeah.
a final review session and then a
That is
panel
definitely-
discussion where
but,
people
you
can
know,
ask anything and everything.
Yeah, that is common. Yeah, that is the concluding thing. Valedictory and
No, not valedictory, sir. Before that, we'll have a panel discussion.
Two sessions are there.
Yeah,
And
yes.
our Krishna Mohan also, I think he speaks about stress management.
Yeah, it's just the.
And there's one foreigner, I think I've seen in the.
Yeah, that's Peter. Peter is from Chicago, but he's a Vizag resident. He's going to do the panel discussion, sir. We are having few successful startups. And,
I met him also in some meeting with Dubai and other, STP director.
Yeah, he owns and runs a IT company called Samudra Soft, which is again.
Yeah, Samudra Soft and all.
Yeah,
good. It's okay. Nice talking to you. Hoping to see you sometime.
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Bye, dear.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions? Hemant, are we good to close? Okay. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you for this wonderful session, sir. It was really insightful, and thanks to sharing your views and insights, like what's really happening in AU Incubation Center in the future to come. And thanks a lot for this session, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Hemant.